This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system. This is a test of the City of Palatka audio system.
We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is our City of Palatka Community Redevelopment Agency meeting for December 9th, 2021. The notice for the meeting reads as follows. Commissioners Tammy McCaskill, Justin R. Campbell, Will Jones, Rufus J. Borum, County Commissioner Jeff Rawls, and Denise Kemp. You're hereby notified that a special call meeting of the Palatka Community Redevelopment Agency, CRA, has been called to be held on Thursday, December 9th, 2021, Palatka City Hall, 201 North 2nd Street. The meeting is called to commence at 5 p.m. The purpose of the meeting is concerning CRA recruitment grants and festivals, marketing, and promotions. The regular meeting of the Palatka Community Redevelopment Agency, previously scheduled for December 13th, 2021 at 5 p.m. is hereby canceled. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill. Not present. Commissioner Justin Campbell.
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones. Commissioner Rufus Borum.
Present.
Commissioner Jeff Rawls. Not present for the record. Representative Denise Kemp.
Rawls is here.
And I'm getting a pop-up on my screen that Denise is present via telecommunications, and she is currently connecting to audio.
Okay, Will Marker is here.
Sorry, for the record, Ross is present.
For the record, we have a quorum. We'll now have our Pledge of Allegiance and invocation. Is Chaplain Mulberry online? Commissioner Campbell, will you lead us in the pledge and invocation? Everyone please stand at this time. I'm sorry, Pastor, will you lead us in the invocation?
We pray that resources will come to the city of Palatka, that we will allocate them in a way that it will be beneficial for our community right now. Bless this meeting, God. Bless every speaker on tonight, right now, God, in the name of Jesus Christ.
Join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes from the August 9th meeting?
Motion to approve.
Second. There's a motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on to public comments. We now have public comments. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Anyone here for public comment? You can fill out the yellow speaker's card next to the door, or you can also, if you're in, you can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Is there anyone here for public comment at this time? Seeing no one, will close public comment. We'll now move into our regular business. Item 1 is our tax increment fund financial report and budget update fiscal year 21-22 as of November. Ms. Shank.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I would like to let everybody know that we have received our CRA contribution from the county, and city is pending at this time. A notable change in the revenue is due to the county reducing their millage to 9.3099 mils, which reduced their CRA contribution. It was not significant, but at this time, just want to make sure it's noted. And I did attach a copy of the report. Does anyone have any questions about the budget at this time?
On any questions?
Say it again.
Any questions?
Could you raise that up a little bit, sir? We're talking about, I was looking at the downtown, the reserve, can we get the reserve page?
Yep, we're on the reserve page.
So up on page, it's not a number. So
$276,143 is the reserve currently. Part of that is earmarked for the, Jonathan, you're gonna have to correct me on which project, but it's committed to projects in the future.
Middle paragraph, second from the right.
Yeah, so I'm actually looking at the downtown south versus north district. And I see significant change from the downtown reserve from $59,042 increased to $276,143. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then the south increased a little bit, from 55,386 to $58,633. North district from decrease from $48,769, $43,143. What's with the significant changes?
You mean it's
Particularly down there.
so downtown, that was the carry forward of last year of the project's expenses that were not spent. So that was the reason for that increase. It would be depending on what they had spent and what was being projected.
Any other questions? Commissioner Jones, you have any other questions on that?
Now, let me understand.
Commissioner Borum, you got a question?
Well, I just want to say something. I think generally those funds normally are already earmarked toward projects. So generally they don't just, most of them don't carry over year over year over year. So that's why you see some of them maybe spent more than some of the other ones. So generally they don't carry over. So that's why you see significant difference in some of the projects.
Yeah, but this is budgeted. So was it budget? That's why I kind of, maybe you can clarify for me. 59,000, let's go to the downtown.
You want to know what the additional monies are for?
No,
So-
well, that and.
Just one
yeah,
second.
but
I
it's
got
not
you.
from-
Here's your
it's not
answer.
from reserve.
Here's your answer. From projects.
Primary reason for the increases for two reasons. One is you have the CRA plan update. So we kind of didn't know where to allocate that funding until you got your plan adopted, which is expected to happen tonight at the commission meeting. And the real big reason is you got two large projects that are going to hit this fiscal year in the downtown, be it the streetscape project and the potable. So the CRA had discussed about kind of holding off on allocating those funds at the beginning of the year in mid-year, when those bids came in, that funding was available to allocate to those projects. And if not, it could then be allocated to other programs or projects. And we expect that conversation to happen soon, sir.
So. Because just so, in the north and the south, we are not anticipating any projects. in those areas.
No large capital projects this year, sir. No.
So you also have 30% of their 30% of their revenue is already pledged towards infrastructure projects that we've had previously.
For debt service, yes.
Any other questions?
If in fact we want to do more projects in the one of those districts. The cap is what it is, what's in there. 58,000 would be the cap. Because that's all.
Unless you would pull from another line that you'd be able to not fund something else. That's correct.
Kind of thing. Thank you for clarification.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
See, in those different, and you might already know, Commissioner, but just say for instance, in the south, in the North Historic District, it only goes from the riverfront up to like 4th Street. So I only have like 60 or so houses in there that contribute to that fund. So that's why that fund is not as large as some of the others. When we got the South Historic, got like 100 or so houses. In the Central Business, they go from the riverfront all the way up to 11th Street in the central on St. John's and both sides. So that's why that has such a larger budget.
But the other thing is, and I think what you get at, is that the amounts are small to do projects. So what you'll see historically, give an example, in the South Historic District, when we did the paving, when we put the brick pavers down in the crosswalks and things of that nature, some of the road upgrades that took place, it was a matter of building up the reserves. We built the reserves up so that we could do the large capital project at the end. So we used $100,000 of reserve funds to do the crosswalks in the South Historic District, but that was the money that was in reserves based upon what we had in the tax increment fund for the South Historic District. And those are examples of some of the stuff we do. The other things you'll see are like sidewalk projects. You'll see various things. So every year, each district talks about what projects they want. They'll bring certain projects forward. And then that's stuff that we look at when we're doing the budgeting process. And then if it's a larger project that may not necessarily have the resources at one time, if we can't find additional funding to get those projects done, then they'll basically kind of save up until you get to a point where you can fund it. But you also have the ability to move budget items, to do other things. So you can do budget amendments. That's it. If there's nothing else on this item, based on the comments that were just recently made, I'll entertain a motion to approve this report.
I'll make a motion to approve the report as it has been presented.
Second.
So motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let the record reflect that Commissioner McCaskill is present. Also, moving on to our next item is our discussion on the redevelopment incentives programs at this time. Mr. Holmes, Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can you put that exhibit up?
Dr. Michael.
Thank you. So we advised the commission, and I think the commission asked us, staff, to come back with some ideas regarding the grants that we were going to establish for the upcoming year. And essentially some suggestions regarding the entire process of grants. And so this is what we've come up with. I'll go through it first and then talk a minute about the philosophy which the staff believes this supports. But we would propose that we'd eliminate all grant programs other than the building improvement grant program. It would apply to both residential and commercial. So both residential and commercial would be eligible for a grant. The budget for the grant program would be established at the beginning of the fiscal year, as you normally would budget any program. So you would decide outset of the fiscal year, after you know what you're going to be receiving from the county and what amount you want to put in a grant program. We would suggest that it be a portion between 2 cycles, first and a second cycle. Suggested that applications would be accepted twice a year during a 30-day period, once in January, once in July. And then grants during each cycle would be awarded based upon available funds in the grant budget, obviously which you established at the front of the year, and then 2, a merit ranking of the applications. Now, by merit, we would be suggesting that you take into account the impact of the project to which the grant funds are to be applied in eliminating blight and stabilizing or increasing property values in the immediate area of the project. The amount of the grant funds sought by the applicant in proportion to the amount of out-of-pocket investment in the proposed project by the applicant, and then any other factors that the CRA wants to build into that process. It would be your program. So you would establish those criteria, but we do it in advance, not on a case-by-case basis. So if there are other factors you thought should weigh into the ranking, then you'd establish those. And then go up some, Sonny, if you don't mind. Ranking criteria would be established with a maximum potential point score being established for each criteria. And then only those applications which receive total points equaling or exceeding a pre-established threshold would be funded. So it didn't matter how many grants you got, if that ranking based upon merits didn't produce a certain total of points on any application, it wouldn't be approved. And your rankings would not be by staff. They'd be made by a committee of citizens and business owners who you would appoint, who would review and rank and then make recommendations to the CRA as far as the ranking of the grants. So you'd have the citizens actually involved in the process. And then you would establish as part of the program a maximum single grant award, how much, in other words, any one grant could be at the beginning of the budget year. And that wouldn't be on a case-by-case basis either. That would help for budgeting and for all other purposes. It would just add certainty to the process. So the thinking is that, we can hand out small grants and their impact in terms of increasing the ad valorem tax base and reestablishing the TIF fund is thought to be nominal. Or you can use this grant process as an incentive to actually encourage people to move forward with programs that are actually going to improve properties that are the most in need of rehabilitation or remodeling. And by definition, that's also going to have the greatest impact upon property values, upon increasing the TIF budget because of the difference in old assessment compared to new, and in eliminating blight. So in a nutshell, that's what staff has come back and recommended. And obviously y'all are free to move forward with that or in any other direction that you choose.
And so another thing on that is going to the twice a year cycle is very similar to what we do on the TDC board when it comes down to what's in place. So we'll have fall and spring cycles on how we provide the grants. We know what the exact pot of money is going into it so that we know if we're spent down or if there's another $25,000 remaining to be allocated at the end of that cycle, that budget cycle, that may carry over into the following cycle. And what it does, I think it gives everybody an understanding of what pot of money they're vying for during the course of that time, and also gives the board an opportunity as well. And I think that's critical as to what's in place. The other part is by setting up the review committee differently than what we have it now. Right now, you basically have a representative from grants, either Mr. Griffith or Ms. Tucker, the city manager, and the mayor serving as the recommending committee that comes back as to what the awards are. But now you'll end up with additional citizen involvement inside of the projects. So that in consideration, I think it changes the dynamics. And then the big grants were good grants, I think, overall. The most unfortunate part of all of this is if you've only got a little bit of money and you're kind of flying by your seat on funding projects, at the end of the day, any worthwhile project that comes up that may come up outside of when you spent the money, you'll find yourself trying to move line items to be able to help the project out or whatever. And the true goal is to get us to have businesses that come in that don't really need assistance. I think ultimately that's where we want to be. It's for a business that comes in that needs some assistance to help with that project, then we know it's going to be an uphill battle in making sure that business is able to sustain. And we want to make sure we put in all the mechanisms in place to do that. And so we can still provide support services and things of that nature, whether it's through partnership with SBDC or whomever, to be able to help small businesses that may be struggling from a financial standpoint, or even turn them to other resources. But I don't think that ultimately the 40,000 or 100,000, whatever we're able to muster up through a budget year towards recruitment grants is really going to work in the way that we want it to work, because we can't touch enough people.
Mr. Mayor, not to try to sell this, but just to try to explain. In our discussions, looking to examples of where grants have made the biggest impact, I kept hearing about, I don't know what the address is, but the building that Mr. Godwin dealt with, and that would be in the third block. second block.
216, it's 216 St. John's Avenue.
216 St. John's Avenue, where I think he received a grant just under 100 grand. But he took a building that was basically uninhabitable. If it was on the tax rolls, it couldn't have been on there for much. And he rehabbed it in a significant fashion with business on the downstairs, residential on the front, put something in place that is actually sort of I guess, a poster child for what grants can do, and put a bunch of ad valorem tax assessment back on the tax roll. So that's the sort of thing we think has the biggest impact. It has an impact on stabilizing property values around it, has an impact on increasing the TIF fund, because the ad valorem taxes go up substantially from what they were before. And of course, that difference is what funds the TIF program. And so it's, and it just makes a difference in terms of the overall elimination of blight and occupying buildings. So that's, that was the thinking of staff in trying to, instead of giving out a bunch of grants where people, and I'm not in any way discounting this, but if you look at the impact of like replacing an awning, or you look at the impact of repainting the face of a building or something of that nature, compared to the impact of a rehab that actually puts something back on the tax rolls at substantial value, the staff's thinking that you get a lot more bang for the buck out of this process. So, and the citizens would be ranking them. So, you know, now their ranking would not be binding on you. They would submit the ranking to the CRA, and then the CRA would decide.
Just for recommendation. Any questions from the commission?
So that means basically saying folks that come in at one block, we had individuals coming in asking for 25,000 to help them with their business. We won't do that in the middle of the year. It's just only those large projects.
No, that's not what it means. I think what it's saying is those projects are only, and as opposed to just having people come in whenever we have meetings, because the cycle stays open all year. You basically have 2 sessions. They can apply all year long, but the award sessions are going to be in July and in January. She'll do it twice a year, or whatever time the agency picks, as opposed to doing it the other way.
Yeah, but if they need money right now, they need it in after July, they're just up to next year.
I mean, it's a reimbursement program
Oh,
as well, and so that's the other piece of it. So they're gonna,
they'll be reimbursed back in, well, the following year.
yeah, and that's the thing. If you look at the recruitment grant, for example, it was a reimbursement program. So you actually spend the money, and then you show the receipts and you get reimbursed as it works.
And two, Mayor, they also rank.
Denny's Kemp has her hand raised, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Kemp,
Okay, can you hear me? I want to make,
just 1 second, Ms. Kemp, let me make sure. Commissioner Jones, are you finished with your question? That is a reimbursement program. That was the thing.
So the answer, the question was, so it would be reimbursed the following cycle.
After the award, so as the cycles work, so say they get an award, and as an example, my understanding would be, if they get it, you want to go ahead and answer from the historical perspective, or you want me to answer?
Well, the short answer is it's up for you to decide. Historically, the building improvement grant allowed you to do reimbursement for improvements 12 months prior to the award. But ultimately, it's up for whatever you want this program to be. It could be reimbursement, or it could have no reimbursement component to it.
But just to try to explain further, right now, we don't really have a budget for our grants. We take applications all year. 3 or 4 grants come in and you fund them, and you may exhaust the budget. And then the 4th grant request comes in, it may be very meritorious, but we don't have a budget for it anymore. So if you put them in a competitive setting so that your grants are being applied for 2 times a year, and you're able to look at everybody who's applying for a grant and compare the merits, which you ultimately decide. But with citizen input, you know, it would seem that you're going to be basically attempting to assure that you fund the most worthy projects, most impactful projects. That's our thought.
And I think one of the other things is the question becomes, would the project go on without the funding? If you find out that you may lose a business because they don't have the resources, then that's going to be something you're going to consider as well. Because we see it, because we see a lot of projects that come before us, and it may be, you know, they may be investing a few $100,000 when at the end of the day, the $10,000 they get from the city isn't really going to have a substantial impact on whether that project gets completed or not. So you got any other questions, Commissioner Jones? Ms. Kemp?
Mr. Holmes just answered one of my questions. The other question was, am I clear that you're going to eliminate all other grants, the employment grants and so forth, and only have this one grant type? And then everybody would be asked to submit their applications for twice a year evaluations.
For the recruitment grant, and it's really based on what the agency decides. But the understanding is to say, as opposed to having just the recruitment grant out on the commercial side or commercial rehab, we kind of create a hybrid, which includes residential and commercial. And there's pots of money that we allocate towards the grants. It may be a situation where you say, we got X amount of dollars allocated towards residential in the central business district, as opposed to money that we're allocating for commercial. But you don't have a whole lot of residential inside of the central business district in the same way that you do in the south and the north.
No. So would it be all one pot? Would you put all the money into one pot and not have it allocated by district?
It'd be different categories and different districts and different categories.
So give me an example of what you're talking about. When, for example, in the central business district, you're having new businesses or people who are trying to, I understand about the sustainability of what you were talking about. I understand that piece. But folk that are trying to, for the recruitment grant, we're trying to bring folk in the central business district. So that what their needs and when the needs, it would be, well, how impactful will a new business be versus a business that need a substantial funds to stay in business or something like that.
So when you look at the recruitment grant, for example, the recruitment grant is based on properties that are vacant for the most part, or removing blight and creation of new jobs. That's how the recruitment grant works. The building improvement grant or the big grant, all those different grants. Those grants were based on being able, one of the priorities back then was increase of restaurant or retail space. It had priorities into what was in place. So those were based upon improving structure so that you could create additional opportunities and removing blight.
Trying to wrap my head around the difference between commercial and residential. When you take a look at what's coming downtown, you've got a lot of apartments that are being proposed. The second, is that residential or is that commercial? Or
from the mixed use side, it depends. I think one of the things you got to look at with the recruitment grant, there's an exemption for housing. Under the recruitment grant, you got a limitation on, you can't use the funding on the residential side.
but why?
It's one of the things we,
Why wouldn't you encourage that?
so no, and I think that's the issue. One of the things we want is we want to encourage additional housing above the spaces in those buildings.
Right.
And so one of the thought processes in putting this stuff together was to make sure that we included the residential aspects in there specifically so that you would have both pieces of the puzzle together at the same time, as opposed to just exclusion from recruitment side.
So could somebody go in and say, I'm gonna have mixed use, we'll have commercial downstairs, residential upstairs, whether it's for sale or for rent, and then be able to get both components, or were they?
We set the criteria. That's the thing. This is just a recommendation from staff as to what creates greater opportunities as opposed to just using the existing recruitment grant.
You can see the benefit.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need to hear Commissioner Rawls. I can't hear him. I'm
Cut your
sorry.
mic on. Cut your mic on. What is your button on? Yeah. So Just try, we'll move your mic. So,
Can you hear me now?
Or
you hear?
I can, thank you.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
She can hear you.
Okay. So the question I asked was whether or not a person could apply for both components if they were looking to develop something in the downtown business district that had mixed use and commercial and residential, if they would be able to, because basically you have two separate businesses at that point. You know, the commercial side of it and the residential side of it. So I just looking to see if we can use that to encourage or stimulate growth downtown.
And I think the answer is that would totally be up to the commission because all our intent was to establish a basic framework. And with the understanding, as I left that one criteria open for the commission to establish additional criteria and definition, but at least this would give us a starting point. As you know, this year, you know, we had grants. Technically, we weren't accepting applications for. We made some special accommodations to fund a couple grants, but on a piecemeal basis, somebody applied. There was no competitive ranking at all, no budget in advance of what we're going to spend. So this was intended to add certainty. Once you had a platform, you guys could, the commission could adjust it as you saw fit, but at least you'd have a game plan to go by. That was the intent.
So are we looking to set ground rules now or have a workshop later on or a meeting later on to discuss?
Well, I think this is only to put out to see what the temperature check. I think the biggest thing is once we've accepted the new CRA plan, then it puts us in a position where we can actually put something in with greater certainty. And
Where are the funding opportunities besides, is there any way to team up money besides TIF to, like, the city commission, for instance, set aside money or matching money?
County has ARPA funds, a lot of it.
Right, well, that, I was actually going to talk about it too, but is your, that would require us to actually meet together.
We've been
So-
trying to do.
Let's have that
We've
conversation.
been trying to do that.
Right. Right. I keep getting the runaround from my commission saying that they're not getting any response, but I think this is an opportunity where we should be looking to cope, work together, not just the county and the city commissions, but also the CRA, because you could incentivize would-be developers. And there's a lot that's fixing to happen downtown. I'm sure everybody in this room is aware of it. But a little bit goes a long way, it seems like, when it comes to development and enticing them.
We definitely agree. And I think more than anything, this is just an attempt to create uniformity in what we do. Because and if we're honest, we've been flying by the seat of our pants on some of this stuff. And trying to do what's right, do what's best. And even in doing that, you know, there's still some failures that come along with it.
What about the north and south?
Same.
They're pretty much strictly, or they're mostly residential. So same thing with them.
Residential, some commercial. They've got more residential than
Right.
commercial aspects of it. But if you can create the criteria that works in all three districts, then it simplifies things.
Would it be rude or disrespectful to focus on the central TIF with regards to trying to stimulate the mixed use?
I wouldn't say it's rude or disrespectful, but you can look at, I'll give you examples. You can look at you can look at Central TIF and what it does, but you can also go and look at South Historic and see where there were some opportunities that may exist in places that have been commercial historically. For example, let's say if the opportunity comes up with the Azalea House again,
Right.
from a commercial standpoint, you know, those things create different opportunities. Or you got some commercial properties that are near the riverfront, closer to First Street or closer to Madison Street, which may create additional opportunities, or Main Street.
So you write one set of rules and it applies to all three.
You try to make sure you try to make sure that it's tailored that way so that it creates a system of fairness for everybody.
Has enough flexibility so it can work.
Okay.
You
I like the idea. I think anything we can do right now to get downtown going.
Yeah, but, and I think we have to make sure that we remember that the central business district and downtown
Well, to
are
me,
expensive.
downtown starts 11th Street and goes all the river.
Right.
And it will.
And so and so I think one of the difficulties has always been, we haven't gone all the way to Madison, and the opportunities haven't really existed in many ways
Mhm.
to go all the way to Madison on 11th,
Right.
on 11th to start to put businesses in place, but those opportunities are gonna start to expand now.
No, I think you do. You have to look at it from basically from the railroad tracks all the way to the river, Madison to Laurel Street.
Any other comments from the commission, from the agency? So for discussion purposes, there were any direction that we need to take back or any requests from the agency as a whole? Commissioner McCaskill or Ms. Kemp, do you have anything else?
No, I just want to make a comment. I think that, again, Jeff, I appreciate the fact that you wanted to know if it was disrespectful or rude, but I think I appreciate the mayor signifying that we need to do what's fair and what's best. And I think one of the critical things that Mr. Holmes said when he started out is that we need to do what has the biggest and the best impact. So that's just a comment.
Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, I would like to see uniformity in the rules to be clear. And I think the concept of a citizens committee brings it home and gets more involvement, hopefully, from the community and input from the community over the long haul. I like that approach, and I like the idea of having uniformity across the districts.
No, and I just think as we put citizens in place, it's a clear cross section of what this community looks like as well. So that all considerations are put into place and we understand the impacts all over. Any other comments from the agency or from staff as well? Mr. Griffith, Mr. Holmes, anything else?
No, not at this time.
I have a question, Mayor. And number one, it just says eliminate all grant programs other than a building improvement grant program. What other grants are we going to eliminate? Are we planning on eliminating?
Just list out the programs that have been suspended until the plan is updated.
Sorry, home improvement program, residential rehabilitation grant program. I'll list the commercial rehab grant program, even though it's not active because it was just a pilot program, the recruitment grant program, and the facade grant program.
How many of those grant programs were funded last year?
One.
Well, HIP was suspended, and
It
so
was suspended.
HIP was suspended, and HIP is the housing improvement grants.
And the difficulty, not to keep on with this, but as we approached item by item applications last year with no particular budget, but even if you had a budget, let's say you put $50,000 in a pot and said, we're going to use this for grants. And let's say you allocated it to one program and the first application comes in and you decide, how much do I give to this application? Well, what's the criteria used to decide? Do you spend all the money in the budget on the first one? Or do you save back and just spend a little bit waiting for the next one to come along, not knowing what it's going to be? It's a very difficult project to get your mind around or process to get your mind around. Whereas this, you'd be in two different cycles with apportioned funds on a competitive basis with citizen input. So that was our thinking.
I just think it's been a well thought out plan from my perspective, looking at the framework that's been put together. And so I don't know if it could have been done any better based on what's been presented. And it's got that component to where we also added with the Madison Street area where we had the new CRA lines drawn.
Creating new districts.
Yeah. So all of that is all part of this whole thing. And then with the building improvement grant is with the residential component in there. I mean, that's basically everything in a nutshell, residential and businesses. So I think it's been a real well thought out plan and presented. So
I just think overall it's an opportunity to do what citizens have been requesting on the residential side. And for example, in the South Historic District or the North Historic District, it allows us to be able to continually do things to increase jobs and remove blight overall. And we can do it, we can do it, I think, in a uniform method out of the pot. If you want to break it up into residential money and commercial money, there's an opportunity for us to give guidance as to how to do that. If, you know, if it comes through to that point. But I think just from a starting with framework, this gives us at least something to look at and add our input to it as we move to our next meeting. So I would suggest that we put this back on the agenda for the next meeting so that we can give clear direction as to what we're going to do from a staffing perspective.
So what we're talking basically is having the ability to, if somebody came up with a large scale project that has a huge impact, then we would have the ability to award more money than somebody that had a smaller project with smaller impact. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
So
right.
I think that's really.
You can measure impact. So it's kind of like, so if you look at TDC, which, so if you look at TDC, how you got major projects that may
Right.
get funding that comes from reserves overall. And then you've got your projects that meet the arts categories or they meet sporting event categories. And so you have different budgets for those category A and B projects. And then you got that C project that's out there. That's the major project that gets additional funding. So it's kind of that same
But are
concept.
we going to try to delineate it and say the A is 15% of total, D is 50%? And
You can, if that's what you
or
choose
just-
to do.
I think we leave it flexible.
Or you can use, or you can just use the line, you can use the line item, which is kind of what they put in there, which talks about what significant impact to the community and what that truly means and be able to articulate it
Yeah.
as you make the motion.
Mayor, I just want to remind you, all but one of the programs is currently suspended. So it's the will of the board to move forward with drafting a building improvement grant program as outlined today. Is it also the will of the board for staff not to receive any applications for the recruitment fund up to that time of consideration? Because it is still an active program, even though it's not funded, so we can receive applications.
I would think that it would be counterintuitive if, I would say, let's hold off until we get this. Are we going to decide this next meeting?
When's our next meeting?
Next month?
February, December meeting's canceled, right?
Yes, hi, this is Sunny. The next meeting of the CRA would be in February.
In February? Okay, so I was just thinking, just how many do we have in the pipeline? I mean, in terms of,
Potentially one or two.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's
We've had an interest meeting from one individual and then there's one application that's in the pipeline.
is it any major,
Would their applications, could it just move in and be substituted for this?
If that's the will of the agency.
I would say it makes sense if this is the direction we're heading and talk to the applicants and see if they have any resistance. If not, let's
Right.
start down this road. You got two applicants.
I would suggest that February what? When is that meeting?
Second Monday.
Second Monday. Can we call a special in January? Is anybody open to that?
I'm fine.
We're used to special. Let's do a special.
I was triple booked today, by the way. I apologize.
I suggest we call a special in January just to deal with this issue and be done with it. And it gives us some flexibility on what we do.
Can we go ahead and establish that now? So it's on our.
Yeah.
January, y'all got a time frame on it? Cause I got,
Yeah, that's why I
Second
said we
Monday?
can go ahead and try to schedule.
Well,
now.
I'm trying to look and see here. Second Monday. So that'll be on the 8th. I can, that'll probably be something.
The second Monday.
February or January?
How about-
Commissioner?
January commission.
January.
Oh, okay, hold on.
I already have it as, we have a CRA meeting that,
It was for January?
it's on my calendar.
No.
All right, so
It
is
was
that January
December
10th? Is
13th.
that correct?
Yes.
When is it?
January 10th.
The next meeting of the CRA would be February the 14th,
No, we're talking about
but January the 10th is the second Monday in January.
Is that gonna be enough time?
Yeah, I think
so.
It's already
January
on my
10th,
calendar.
everybody okay with January 10th?
5 o'clock?
Commissioner McCaskill, Ms. Kemp,
I'm fine with that.
works. Let's call a special meeting. January 10th. Okay.
I hope I can make it.
Works for me.
Your
Thank
birthday?
you.
We'll have a birthday party for you that week. Worked perfectly. There's a reception on Commissioner Boren right before that for his birthday. So it all works out perfectly. All right, let's move the agenda. Thank you, everyone, for your comments on this. Other businesses approval of the Jingle Jam to be a CRA sponsored event in the amount of $3,500, not to exceed $3,500. Mr. Cutright. Who's doing this event? Well, here's the budget for Jingle Jams. Are you doing it?
I can, yes, sir. So what you have before you is a proposal for a CRA event in partnership with Palatka Rotary Club. There is money budgeted for these types of activities in this year's fiscal year budget. But since we haven't done this before, we wanted to bring it before you and get your approval on the event before we use any of the funds.
And so Jingle Jams is bands from, well, Commissioner Campbell, you were part of the committee. It's bands from 1 to 8. It's gonna be at the riverfront, food trucks, and that's okay, Mr. Cutright, you sit back down.
Now he want to get up.
And so it's really an event for us to kick off the amphitheater as well as have a Christmas celebration in the city. And so community affairs, along with other departments have worked tremendously hard on this event, as well as the Rotary Club, to try to make this event something that creates the holiday, that brings the holiday spirit and also celebrates the opening of the amphitheater as well. And so it'll be an event that's partnered with faith-based organizations, as well as our local business owners and vendors throughout the community. Any questions? We're also doing a toy drive as well. And we will do the distribution of the toys in the same way that we always do with the fire union, so that we can make sure that the children within the city limits will receive gifts from our local citizenry. And so, any questions?
I just want to ask, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
If we can go back to the toy drive, you said that we would do it at that time, or we're going to do it the same way we've done it in the past.
Well, we're going to collect toys from 1 to 8 at the River Center. Well, at the
Gotcha.
entrance, what we're doing is funneling people in through one area, and we're asking them to bring a toy of at least $15 in value. And then we've got categories for children for it to be put into place. So that's already on there. We got some volunteers in place to collect the toys. And then I've already talked to the firemen's union. The fire department is going to help distribute those toys to the kids the way we've been doing it for the last few years. And so it'll be an additional toys. You know, we always run out. So
Yes.
we'll have additional toys to be able to give out.
Okay, thank you.
The city of Orange Park they have an event that I stumbled across last year. I think it'd be worth you guys talking to them, and they have like a Christmas village type setup. They have an opportunity for you to get pictures taken with Santa. They have
That's going to be a part of it.
yeah, they have someone that brings out a wagon. You can take hay rides, and they have vendors there that sell stuff, music. So I think it's a phenomenal idea. If you drive down, I guess it's Kingsley when they're having it, people are parking across the street and half a mile down the street to get to it. It's a really well attended event.
Sounds like what they plan.
Yes, this is Eddie Cartwright, the Community Affairs Director. The event, we have several events there. We have take a picture with Santa on the rooftop.
Yep.
We also having some bounce houses for the kids to play. We also having a pony ride where they can ride the pony. And then we have several food vendors.
Can I ride the pony?
I don't know. I ain't gonna get it
You need a
myself.
Clydesdale.
I saw we had a plan. I think it's a terrific idea. It's something we can definitely grow on. And
Yeah. Sit down that guy.
have you seen what Palm Coast does down behind their city hall? Palm Coast has they have a relationship with one of their Rotary clubs. They set up all these light things, and people donate, walk through there, or it goes around the pond behind their city hall. That's a pretty cool deal too. It'd be neat to get something like that going, but I'm in favor of this. I think we should definitely fund it.
That a motion?
I'll make a motion that we fund this. I'd also, have we talked to the county about any reason why Parks and Recreation from the county wouldn't be able to help out with this? And,
We're talking to them now.
okay.
You are the county.
Second.
Second.
This motion on the floor is second by Commissioner McCaskill. Any further discussion on the motion? Questions called by Commissioner Campbell. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries unanimously.
And just to know that yours truly is the host for that day. Thank you.
Who's yours truly?
Me.
Oh. So, yeah, we'd love to talk to the county as well. Let's cut right and get with Commissioner Rawls.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if you're through with this item, would you consider the possibility of adding an item to your agenda on an emergency basis regarding property acquisition?
Yes. Let's do the SME report and then I'll come right to it.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. So next up is SNME report, CRA plan update.
Good evening, Mayor Hill, ladies and gentlemen of the CRA board. John Jones here from SNME in Orlando, Florida, 1615 Edgewater Drive. I just wanted to give you a brief update regarding the CRA plan approval process. As you are well aware, the CRA plan has been completed and gone through several revisions and has gone through several reviews, which also prompted additional revisions. Reviews from the local planning board, from the Historic Preservation Board, from the CRA board, and then also from the City Commission itself. The CRA board recommended approval for the CRA plan through its resolution. It was then forwarded to the City Commission for adoption through first reading of the ordinance to adopt the plan. And then later this evening, we will have the second reading to adopt the CRA plan. Upon adoption of the CRA plan through the second reading, there will be a 10-day period. I guess it's the appeal period or challenge period for the ordinance to become effective. And then after that 10-day period, the ordinance adopting the new CRA plan, the 2021 Palatka CRA plan, will be in force.
Any questions or concerns based upon the report that we got from Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Mr. Jones,
Yes, sir.
on the community outreach, your report. Sorry.
That's SBDC.
Oh, I'm sorry. Disregard, Mr. Jones.
Yes, sir.
Anything else on the CRA plan update?
I'm
I'm sorry.
You can't wait to see things get started and
All right, Mr. Jones, we are looking forward to the passing of the second reading in about 5 minutes. And so we will sit and keep you abreast of what's going on. So
Very
thank you
good.
Very much for your work.
We stand ready.
Okay. SBDC report. You're
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
All right, fantastic. Rick Ball for the Small Business Development Center. I just wanted to do a couple of things real quick. Number one, I've been attending the Florida Rural Economic Development Association meeting that's currently going on in St. Augustine. I'd like to say that Putnam County's been well represented there. There's some of the loan officers from Capital City Bank are there. Clay Electric is there. Of course, our chamber is there. And of course, the SBDC is there. Speaking of the SBDC, I had lunch with our state director, Greg Britton. I don't know if you know of him or not, but he sends his well wishes and has some very interesting plans in the work that we hope to talk about soon. At the FREDA, Florida Rural Economic Development Association meeting, there was a couple of things that kind of jumped out at me. There are recruiters there. Obviously, that's economic development when you're bringing in big businesses from outside of the area. And it's not just big businesses. The recruiters were talking about the two number things that people are looking for to relocate. And number one is the school system. I guess that's not a surprise. That's probably well documented here. Number two was broadband. And I know that we had a broadband demonstration at the Ravines, or had somebody talking about it before. So I thought that was very interesting to hear those two. Here's something that'll probably surprise you though. According to the recruiters for the, the state of Florida and all that sort of thing, the idea would be that you would think most of these companies, the big companies that are coming into areas to relocate, are looking to go into big cities. And that's not true. According to the research, 81% of the site selectors said they would be very happy in a rural community. So that's fantastic news for Putnam County and that type of thing. Last month, we had some social events. The Entrepreneur Social, very successful at the Azalea City Brewing Company. We had 18 attendees. There's nothing going on for December, obviously, there's too much going on. But we do have January's scheduled, and I gave you a couple flyers here. But the next social event for the Entrepreneur Social for Palatka and Putnam County is going to be at Lemon Street Market. And that's going to be Tuesday, January 18th from 5:30 to 6:30. And of course, everybody is welcome to come to that. The next workshop coming up, I believe Commissioner Campbell suggested this topic, and it's about rebranding and relaunching after COVID. So it's not just COVID related, it has to do with marketing as a whole. So that's coming up on January 11th from 5:30 to 6:30. And there'll be places to go to register for these that are in the flyers. So you have those handouts to take a look at and read. Might be an additional educational program that I'm trying to see if it'll fly at this particular point in time, but I think it would be very well received in the community if it develops that way. So I'll keep you posted on that.
Is that Minority Business Enterprise Program?
I'm sorry?
Is that the Minority Business Enterprise Program?
Oh, that's one of the workshops, and that's coming up in, is that February?
Yeah.
I think that one's coming up in February. No, this one's a little bit different. So normally at this point, I get up and talk about some success stories, but in the success stories, I'd like to talk about startups because I'm getting quite a few startups, and it's pretty amazing, actually, some of these startups. Now, I can't give you the details on them because they didn't give me permission to talk about them in public, so I kind of have to do it in code. But we do have a realtor who probably needed a little bit of motivational help to kind of get up and going. She had been a realtor before. So we're not looking at a huge impact with that particular business. Maybe in the future, she might get a couple of partners to come in with her. So that would be a fairly small office once it gets up and running, probably no more than about 5 people in that. We did have an artist startup. And again, that's going to be real small because the person is working a full-time job. And so we went through a lot of legal things to get the legal names straightened out and fictitious name registrations and, the state income tax and federal income tax and things along those lines. So that artist will probably hire a family member and or one person to do mostly the marketing for that. But did have 2 professional startup services. One is a young lady who's, well, I can't get into too much detail. It's kind of hard to know where to draw the line on that. She has all of her ducks in a row. She's just coming in to make sure that everything's taken care of. She's got an LLC taken care of. She does need a fictitious name registration. That's going to be a work from home type situation, a home office, and she will probably end up with 10 to 15 additional employees, say within about 5 years. And then we have a couple of others that are still in the pipeline, probably more pre-venture, but 1 or 2 of them in particular are new residents to the state of Florida that have come from California, upstate New York, Michigan, and so forth. And they're bringing their whole families here to start businesses. So it's very exciting to see a good influx of people coming in, wanting to start and run and manage a small business. I did want to give a couple kudos out to Mr. Mayor and the commission for a very nice strategic planning meeting at the Ravine State Park in the last week or two. I thought the format was excellent. The feedback was excellent. The participation was excellent. And I'm looking forward to those results.
Kudos to the city manager. Kudos to the city manager on the plan of
Okay.
that meeting.
Kudos to Don Holmes. And then finally, the kudos to the organizers of the Porch Fest. I attended that, spent all day out in the sun. You couldn't ask for a more beautiful setting, beautiful day, beautiful, bands playing and all that sort of thing, the food in the park and everything. So very nicely done. I sure appreciate it. Now, I believe Commissioner Jones had a question for the SBDC.
Well, I was just looking at your report and the community outreach is for the event. Note that basically say you touched at least 24,278 people. Report here for community outreach.
Sorry, I've not actually seen that report. We did
Sure,
not,
October 1st through September 30th activity report.
actually, I have not seen that one. I apologize
The
for
one
that.
the lady from Jacksonville reported.
It's a year in review.
That's 2020. He's found.
Jobs created for,
Community
oh,
outreach.
that's cumulative.
Yeah.
Number of attendees to outreach. There's a double asterisk by that.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I can't read the double asterisk.
Basically saying that was through events, including newspaper coverage and radio spot. So I guess a lot of that is kind of, I wanted to know right here locally, do you have that number of people? Because I actually sent some folk to you that's trying to start up businesses.
Yes, sir.
Recently, I didn't get feedback, but I wanted to know how can you also help them find funding at all?
Well, sure. When they come in to see us, they go through a process to bring them in as a client. And then I sit down with them individually, either in person or virtually. And then we discuss their issues and we try to find out what their funding needs or whatever issues that they have. So yes, I did contact and have that individual that you brought in is now a client. Yes, we are doing that. Now, as far as the 24,000, that's probably counting the newspaper article circulation, probably the time on the radio.
It's cumulative media.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, and it would be cumulative also, yes.
So we want to just make sure that we also get this out. However, when we get it to us, get it to the community, like that, the quarter where you're working at right now, where you're up at the chamber building.
Yes, sir.
When you look out the window sometime and step outside the door and see that North 11th Street quarter, we need help down there. So we're going to be I'm personally going to be sending people to you because they want to develop, they're trying to open up businesses down there. So I think you get an influx at the beginning of the year coming and see you, influx of people.
That's fantastic. I look forward to it. I've got one client in that area now.
Well, just as a point of information, sitting in the back of the room, it's a couple ladies in the back of the room from Helping Hands. They probably come in contact more minority-owned businesses than anybody in this city. So,
Okay.
it's a good opportunity for you to create a partnership with them as well.
Fantastic.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Who are your local small business lenders in Putnam County?
Okay, well, at this point, I'm just working with Capital City Bank. And that's it at the moment.
What are they doing, SBA, or what loans are they doing?
That I don't know. Most of the startups right now are still funded. So a lot of what we're looking at is probably $50,000 and under. So
Okay,
I don't have any large projects at the moment. I got some in the queue, but we haven't gotten to that
All
stage
right,
yet.
so is Citibank, do they have an appetite for 50,000 or less loans, or?
Well, Capital City Bank.
Capital
yeah.
City.
Yes.
Okay. Are you if you took 10 businesses in there, what do you think the success rate is in getting money for startup businesses in Putnam County right now?
Startup businesses. Well, startups are awful hard to fund. So a lot of that comes from the individual. So I don't know the answer to startup. The business that I'm working with that I should be taking a loan to them next week has been in existence for a couple of years.
Okay. Have you had any experience with any local lenders? Yeah, I think where the question goes to is we owe it to the businesses in Putnam County, whether it's in the city or in the county, to encourage the lenders here to step up to the plate. I mean,
And they haven't been.
right. And I can go to one-to-one financial credit union in Jacksonville and almost anybody can and borrow money. They're a really good lender. We need to encourage local partners, and we had them before. It's time to bring them back to the table, because at the end of the day, the banks need us and businesses to survive. So I think it's time to get them to play ball a little bit.
I agree. That's one of the things I plan on doing next week. There's a little bit of downtime.
I personally bank at Ameris, and it's shameful for them to say that they're an SBA lender, and then you call up and say, how many SBA loans have you cut in Putnam County? And the answer is, well, we don't have anybody that works on that locally. And I had a very frustrating meeting this morning regarding substance abuse and mental health, and stuff that's not being handled in Putnam County. It just seems like everybody wants to claim that they're helping Putnam County, but they're not. So I think that's something that, I don't know if the CRA could have a conversation with some lenders. If the city commission could have some conversation.
Well, I think it's gonna be a joint effort, I think, with the county,
Mhm.
the city, chamber. We get all of these entities together and sit down with the lenders and kind of give them an understanding of how important it is for us to have, or for them to have monies available to lend to businesses who want to start up businesses, as well as those who want to remain in business.
The SBDC, if anybody, should have that list of lenders ready to, if somebody walks in, if you've got a square peg and you've got a round hole, it will fit. You've just got to figure out how to make it fit. And that's one of the strengths that the SBDC has. So, I would encourage you to develop those relationships and locally as we can. Now's the time. I mean, there's never been a better environment for somebody to go into business in Putnam County and be successful than now. The amount of people that are moving here, the development that's happening here right now, it's just absolutely mindless. But access to capital is probably the single most important component to starting a business and making it flourish.
I agree.
And the banks need to have a seat at the table and a stake in the game, because we make them flourish.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the last item, the emergency item is property acquisition. It's an item that's time is of the essence on that. I'll entertain a motion to take it as a emergency item.
I so move.
I'll second.
There's a motion on the floor. A second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Mayor, and this is a good segue, Commissioner Jones's comment a minute ago. We all understand that we've got an emphasis on improving the area around our transportation hub, North 11th Street, where also our Price Barton Center is located. It's a window into Palatka from those coming in on the train, those leaving on the train. And I think all of us know that area from Reed Street North, first couple of blocks at least, has not been our finest presentation in recent months and years. An opportunity has arisen to acquire some of the property on the west side of the street, north of Price Martin. It would be the property, 2 parcels immediately north of the Belton House. Been in discussions with Mr. Todd Lewis, who's the owner of those properties. I believe he's made us, or we've entered into some negotiations that's resulted in a fair offer, I guess, negotiations at a fair price. And the city would like to come to the CRA in hopes of getting some funding in the spirit of elimination of blight, fostering some future development of business, and assisting Mr. Lewis, quite frankly, who's kind of undertaking his own development project on the other side of the road, redevelopment project on the other side of the road. So not to be secretive about it, Mr. Lewis has agreed to accept a total of $40,000 for both parcels. He negotiated down from an asking price. So we believe it's a fair price based upon, first, the fact that one of those buildings is rented and Mr. Lewis is receiving income from it, significant income each month. And second, based upon the property appraiser's tax rolls, valuation of the property. So that would give us 2 parcels, and it's our intent to try to move further in that regard.
So I got a question.
Sure.
This is the city is going to be the owner?
Well, initially, the city would own the property. We would go ahead and demolish and clean up the properties that are there. And then it would be up to the commission and maybe the CRA as well as to how we move forward with the property. But it's a step towards basically improving that area from both an aesthetic perspective, but also as a stimulator to some business growth in the area, where right now I think there's so many detrimental factors that it's tough to get something moving right there.
I'm in favor. I guess what I'm trying to figure is, you said there was a resident or a tenant in place? What happened then?
But the tenants are not there by lease. They are at-will tenants, and they can be their tenancy can be terminated pretty quickly and pretty readily.
So I know the Belton House is a 2-story house that's adjacent to the parking lot there at the train station, the Price Martin Center. We're talking
The 2 north of that.
the old barber shop and,
No, the old burnt out restaurant
okay.
and the duplex next to it.
Oh, okay. All right. What would our participation, are you looking to, how much money would the CRA need to chip into?
We're hoping to at least have a partnership of equal value, but we're also hoping to build in some cost for demolition, because probably better than most that demolishing those 2 structures and providing for tipping fees is probably going to run somewhere around $15,000.
That sounds about right. So what happens if and when the property sells, would that money, equal portion come back to the CRA?
We certainly open to, I guess that's for the CRA to decide.
That's been a conversation before in the past with,
I'm in favor of putting up 50% of the money from the CRA. If the intent is to clean up the blight, absolutely. But if a developer comes in and buys the property, CRA needs to benefit from it.
no differently than what happened with the properties that were on St. John's Avenue.
Right.
On the 100 block of St. John's Avenue. At the hotel and across the street, those are properties that were anticipated developers coming in doing some things.
The funding that's received, because it's a CRA district, the funding has to come back into the district.
I don't know that are we in the CRA right now, or are we past?
Yes.
That's in the Central Business
Maine,
District.
Madison?
Yes.
I thought we go to Maine, we don't go all the way to
Central
Madison.
Business District goes to Madison. Goes to 1/2 of Madison.
It does go to Madison?
Goes to 1/2 of Madison.
1/2 of Madison, okay.
Madison just.
Okay, so it's barely in there.
So it will
No,
happen.
no, this is in there by a block and a half, by a block. Madison's the next block over.
I think that's a great idea, to acquire those properties. What about the Belton property? Have we negotiated with them at all or tried to?
We tried. So far, our negotiations haven't been very fruitful.
I don't know why.
Because the price they're asking is more than we're prepared to pay. $45,000.
For what?
Yeah, but I think you're, if you're spending 40,000, you're saying 40,000.
But that's for 2 properties.
40,000 total for the 2 parcels, 20,000 apiece, and 45 for the Belton property by itself.
Well, I think the situation that you set yourself up for now is, his value goes up. I mean,
Exactly.
He's got it, you need it, he's
Well-
right between.
Then there's going to need to be some code correction, let's put it that way.
A lot of code correction. So you don't even want to bring it. More money and try to bring it up to code first.
So
Well,
hearing everything at this point without doing public negotiation or anything else today, is there a motion based upon the suggestion that's in place?
I'll make a motion that we accept the, what's set aside the funding to purchase those parcels.
Second.
I said,
Are we doing half
So
the
for
money?
clarity, are we saying
said the
50%? Are we saying 50,000? You were anticipating 50,000 being the number?
For all three.
Staff is recommending going ahead and putting 50,000 aside because there's ongoing negotiations for other property and there's cleanup costs associated.
Okay, so that's the total.
That's favorable.
Yes, sir.
A second.
That's favorable.
Restate your motion.
I make a motion that we set aside the $50,000 for negotiations on parcels within that.
Commissioner Campbell, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we, the CRA, set aside the $50,000 for the ability to purchase parcels.
Second.
Authorize.
To authorize.
There's a motion.
Another
There's a motion
question.
to authorize the use of $50,000 for purchase of parcels. That's second by you, Commissioner Hill.
I'll second.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, with that motion also take into account the ability for us to use part of those funds
Yeah.
for demolition and.
I saw it
That's why I
online.
said for whatever those parcels.
It was a total of 50,000, yes.
Right, that's the understanding. That is for acquisition and demolition.
I got a question. This money is going to come out of reserves?
There was funds that were already set aside in the CRA for acquisition of property before within the budget, and it's
It
gonna.
is reserved.
What about the funds that were set aside before?
They didn't get carried forward into this fiscal year, so they basically fell down to
From
reserves.
the CBD, from the Central Business District reserves?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if we sell the property off later, or if it gets sold off later, then the money does come back.
Right.
I'm good.
So there's a motion on the floor to second by Commissioner Board. Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Can't hear you, Commissioner. Commissioner McCaskill,
I said aye. Sorry.
any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, that's the last item before us. Any reports from the agency? We're about 25 minutes late. Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Adjourn. We'll take a 5-minute break for next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good evening, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to the City of Palatka City Commission meeting for December 9th, 2021. At this time, we'd ask everyone to stand so that we can do our invocation and our pledge of allegiance. We're going to ask Coach Maladruco if he'd lead us in the pledge after Pastor Mulberry leads us in the invocation.
Father, again, we thank you. We give you praise and glory for all your goodness. We thank you for bringing us together again. We pray that thou would give directions and give instructions. Give us how to do what to do when. We're depending on your wisdom and your guidance. God, in every decision that's made, we pray that they would acknowledge you, your people. And we give you praise and glory now. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Tammy McCaskill,
Here.
Commissioner Justin Campbell,
Present.
Commissioner Will Jones,
Here.
Commissioner Rufus Moram,
Present.
Mayor Terrell Hill.
Here.
We do have a quorum in person and Commissioner McCaskill's via telecommunications.
All members are present and accounted for, and we have a quorum. Next up is approval of minutes from our November 18th meeting.
I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes from November 18th.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. There's a second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up is item number 3 on the agenda. Public recognitions and presentations. For all you guys standing in here, Student of the Month was canceled because we're 30 minutes late. Just joking. Y'all didn't think that was funny, huh? So he's like, no. He's like, nah, that ain't funny at all. Ms. Brown, they said it's not funny. So we're gonna have our Student of the Month. This is the first time we've done an in-person Student of the Month in almost 2 years. And so we're glad to have our kids back in here. And so we're just really excited about the opportunity to recognize our students. But before we get started, we want to make sure we recognize the educators who are assembled around this room in various places. We want to give them a round of applause for the sacrifice and work they do for our kids. Next up are our parents, our neighbors, our extended family members. We want to thank you because it truly takes a village to raise a child. And let's give you a round of applause for the work you've done with young people. Joining me this month for Student of the Month, Commissioner Campbell. It's going to be you this time. Any words of encouragement for young people?
Yes, just congratulations to the hard work and dedication that you've put in the classroom. Continue the hard work and best of luck for the remainder of the year.
Okay, so as we do our Student of the Month, Commissioner Board is probably going to give you some directions, but we're going to have our students line up across the front of the room and we will assemble across the front. Commissioner Campbell, can you help us with that? And once they line up, we'll go from there. Do we have the? In usual fashion, I will butcher at least 3 of these names before it's all done. First up from Brown and Pierce Elementary School, Jelena Hudson. Do we have Ms. Hudson here? You have the principal from Brown and Pierce? Next up, Children's Reading Center Charter School, Shelby Maladruco. Hillcrest Academy, Jonathan Simon. James A. Long Elementary School, Reagan Brown. From Kelly Smith Elementary School, Jackson Slaughter. From Mellon Elementary School, Mellon Elementary Learning Center, Pre-K, Davis Buckles. From Mellon Learning Center's K through 12, Alexia Roberts. Mosley Elementary School, Jose Saldana Barbosa. From Palatka Junior Senior High School, Ava McKinley. Familiar name. From Pinal Baptist Academy, Joshua Boatwright. Congratulations, sir. You look just like the judge. From Putnam Academy of Arts and Sciences, Jacob Rodriguez Thompson. From Putnam Edge High School, Charlene Elam.
You did it in front of me.
So guys, we are really, really proud of you. We're truly excited about the great things that you're doing in school. We want you to keep up the great work. I want to share with you something that I learned in the 3rd grade from Miss Green 41 years ago, older than Commissioner Campbell. But we started every day out by simply saying, I am somebody. If my mind can't conceive it and my heart can believe it, I know I can achieve it because I am somebody. You guys are somebody great. You're destined for greatness and you're doing wonderful things. We want you to keep up the good work. So again, we love you from the bottom of our hearts, from the city of Palatka, and we look forward to you being the leaders of tomorrow. And so again, do we have any other students who just came in? Okay. So again, thank you very much for the work that you've done. Let's give another round of applause. We're going to take. What we're going to do at this time, because we've got such a small group here, we're going to have our students on the front row come to the front row. You'll take a picture with the educators. Just move up on one row. Everybody just go back a little bit. Just make one row of all our students. We're going to take a picture for the newspaper. And then we're going to take a quick recess so that parents can take pictures.
Well, hey, no.
Hold on. Mr. Jones, you coming in? You're over this side. Everybody get it? Start breathing again. All right, we're going to take a quick recess. So students, stay here with us. Again, you're Past your bedtime? We ready? Oh, listen, happens every time. We back on? Oh, you got two today. Go ahead and go back on the record. It's always good to have our kids in here. Next up is proclamation for House of God Church, their 100th celebration day. It was on last Sunday. So the proclamation reads as follows.
Whereas the Palatka House of God Church can trace its beginnings to the early 1920s and the work of Palatka resident Sister Ida Brown. Sister Brown was ordained a deaconess at a camp meeting held by Mother Emma Tate, at which she received the miracle of eyesight. Sister Brown returned home to Palatka, and through the inspiration of God and the leadership of Mother Tate, in 1921, Sister Brown began a religious mission. Whereas Mother Emma Tate served as the founder and first chief overseer of the House of God Church. Whereas the mission grew and a church building was constructed in 1923 by Sister Brown's husband, Mr. Ed Brown, at the present site of the church. Whereas 12 pastors, including the Reverend Dan Jones, and elders Robert Bentley and Daniel Savage, held church services in the old building. Whereas in October 1995, Dr. Gilbert L. Evans Jr. was called to be pastor of the church. Whereas in 1998, Pastor Evans shared his vision to build a new church edifice at the site of the old church, stating, "We have conquered and settled the land for the year 2000 and beyond." Whereas on August 5th, 2007, the new church edifice was dedicated. Whereas in 2018, additional property adjacent to the church was purchased and paid in full, where it is the church's desire to erect the Bishop Gilbert L. Evans Jr. Family Life Center. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby proclaim Sunday, December 5th, 2021, as Palatka House of God Church 100th Anniversary Celebration Day in the City of Palatka. And we urge our citizens to join us in saluting the Palatka House of God Church and Pastor Dr. Gilbert L. Evans Jr., the church's longest serving continuous pastor, and its members for their dedicated service to the community. And witness whereof I have hereunto caused my hand to be affixed the seal of the City of Palatka on this 9th day of December in the year of our Lord 2021, nunc pro tunc to December 5th, 2021.
So move.
This motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Let's give it up for 100 years for the House of God. Next up is our proclamation for Christmas Day, December 25th, 2021.
Whereas humanity strives to spread the light and the hope of the Christmas holiday season, and whereas Christmas was proclaimed a national holiday in the United States in 1870, whereas Christmas is an annual opportunity to help instill the joy of giving, spread positivity and excitement, teach others about different faiths, and spend quality time with loved ones. Now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim December 25th, 2021 as Christmas Day in the City of Palatka. And we encourage our citizens to spread cheer and goodwill to all men, women, and children. In witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the seal of the City of Palatka this 9th day of December in the year of our Lord 2021.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Merry Christmas. Next up is Kwanzaa, December 26th to January 1st.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. And just for the record, we do have members, I believe, of the AICA here with us tonight. Whereas Dr. Malunga Karinga introduced the Festival of Kwanzaa in 1966 to the United States as a ritual to welcome the first harvest to the home. And whereas the Kwanzaa celebration highlights the 5 common sets of values in gathering, reverence, commemoration, recommitment, and celebration. The 7 principles of Kwanzaa are unity, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, cooperative economics, purpose, creativity, and faith. Whereas Kwanzaa is a week-long celebration where many African Americans and all Americans reflect on our many blessings and memories over the past year and our aspirations for the year to come. And even as there is much to be thankful for, we know that there are still too many Americans going through enormous challenges and trying to make ends meet. But we also know that in the spirit of unity, we can overcome these challenges together. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim December 26, 2021 through January 1, 2022 as Kwanzaa in the City of Palatka, and encourage our citizens to celebrate the African American culture through family activities and community festivities that bring attention to Kwanzaa's 7 principles. Each principle represents the essence of this holiday and represents the shared values that bind us as Americans. In witness whereof I am hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka this 9th day of December in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So move.
There's motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Good evening. On behalf of the Putnam County African American Cultural Arts Council, we want to say thank you to the City of Palatka and the council. We are always there to uplift the history of our African American community, as well as present cultural events, activities, etc. So this is a time that we are very proud of to do those things that will continue to bring respect to Putnam County and our community. Thank you.
Mayor, is the mic on?
The mic is on.
Commissioner McCaskill said she can't hear from that mic. I don't know why.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear now. Thank you.
I've always wanted to do that. Next proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Hill.
I cannot pronounce it.
Okay. Whereas January 3rd, 2022 marks the 44th celebration of the revival of the sovereign state of Sri Lanka, the ancient and enlightened Hindu civilized nation, and whereas the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva, hereinafter referred to as the Supreme Pontiff, is recognized as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva as per the Santananda
Hindu Dharma.
And whereas the Supreme Pontiff serves as the head for all the spiritual leaders of the ancient apex body of Hinduism, and whereas Hinduism is demonstrated as a living enlightened civilization where global peace is achievable and sustainable, and whereas the Supreme Pontiff established the Hindu state of Kailasa for the persecuted Hindus in over 100 countries, and whereas over the 27 years the Supreme Pontiff, as the face of united Hindus, has single-handedly and tirelessly inspiring the dispossessed Hindu diaspora to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom and stand united for the centuries of old Hindu genocide. And whereas the United Nations recently acknowledged the persecution on the Supreme Pontiff and Kailasa global community, especially its women and children. Now, therefore, I, Terrell Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, Florida, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim January 3rd, 2022 as Kailasa's SPH Nityananda Day in the City of Palatka, honoring the 44th celebration of the revival of the sovereign state of Sri Kailasa. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Palatka, Florida, on this 9th day of December in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So moved.
It's a motion by Commissioner McCaskill, second by Commissioner Board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. I want to make sure we make reference to this proclamation. One of the things that's really significant about the city of Palatka, and I think it's we are finding ourselves in a situation where we are encouraging diversity of thought, diversity, and we are really responsive to the various beliefs of citizens throughout this community. And we're expanding, I think, that love for all our citizens to various areas within the county itself. And so I'm excited about the opportunity for us to help as our citizens celebrate during this holiday season in any capacity. And so I'm just glad that we got an opportunity to move forward with this proclamation today. Next up, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, December 31st through January 1st.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. Whereas New Year's Day is a time to celebrate new opportunities, new challenges, new hopes, new horizons. And whereas New Year's Day is a time to reflect on the previous year and to make new resolutions for the upcoming year. And whereas in the Northern Hemisphere, where daylight is at almost its lowest point and the days are starting to get longer again, there's a feeling of rebirth in the air, a time of renewal. And whereas humanity strives to spread the light and hope at Christmas time, and whereas New Year's Day was proclaimed a national holiday in the United States in 1870, now, therefore, I, Terrell L. Hill, Mayor of the City of Palatka, together with the members of the Palatka City Commission, do hereby endorse and proclaim December 31st to January 1st, 2021 as New Year's Eve and New Year's Day in the City of Palatka, and encourage our citizens to make positive resolutions for unity in the community. We're all remembering to gather responsibly by social distancing and following the recommended health guidelines of the CDC. And when it's where I'm here to set my hand and cause to be affixed, official seal of the City of Palatka on this 9th day of December in the year of our Lord, 2021.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Commissioner Board, but second by Commissioner Campbell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Happy New Year. It's always a good time when I get an opportunity to recognize some of our former elected officials in the room today who are, I guess you're never a former elected official, you're still always elected. Vice Mayor Brown is here. County Commissioner Chip Lible is here. So we want to make sure we recognize you and thank you for all your years of service. And Ms. Kitchen's always here. So we almost, it's again, Allegra Kitchens as well. And so we always want to say thank you for the years of service that you've given us in this community. And again, thank you for coming in here and not seeing it as robbery, to continue to serve in your various capacities and to be engaged. So again, thank you. Ms. Kitchens, you're with us so much, I just consider you as a part of us. And now you got a teammate on the road in front of you. Next up is our consent agenda. On the consent agenda today, I'm sorry, public comment. Public comments. Next up is public comment. Public comments limited to 3 minutes. No action will be taken on topics of discussion. Is there anyone besides Mr. Best who's here for general public comment? If you are here for public comment in any capacity, hold up, Mr. Best. If you're here for public comment in any capacity, please fill out your card in the back of the room by Chief Shaw. He's the guy with all the guns. And we will move forward at that time. When you come up, give your name for the record, your name and address for the record. So we will have it. Mr. Best, you have 3 minutes exactly.
Hello, my name is Mr. Best. I'm sure everyone here is aware of my address is 200 Hayes Drive, Interlachen, Florida, 32148. Everyone recognizes me just about. I'm here to talk about the mental health recovery we have in our county here. Housing. We need to help people get off the street. People don't know how to pay bills. They don't know how to live as an adult because of their mental illness. Some of them have time standing in the street, which is illegal, asking for dollars and cents. We have in our clubhouse, in our international clubhouse, in our drop-in centers, techniques to show them and to teach them. What we're lacking right now, what's most important, is housing for the people that don't know what housing is. This mental illness stretches from before I was on this earth until now, and it will be here for as long as we all live. Everyone in this generation mental illness will touch you some kind of way. Please help us help ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for public comment, for general public comment at this time? You can come forward, give your name and address, and then fill out a yellow card for me at the end.
My name is LaShonda Velasquez. My business address is 702 North 19th Street, Suite 3. I would like to make it known in this meeting that I've been in business for a year down in the Hope Plaza. And in the last year, I have, with my business partner, been able to bring in about $500,000 into Putnam County through the SBA PPP and other different organizations that's offering monies to small businesses. And if there's anything that comes available throughout the city of Palatka that can use my business, that we can receive funding to continue to help the businesses inside of Putnam County, I would like to be remembered.
So just to give you a little insight on what Helping Hands does. Also, as the pandemic kicked off and the county was giving out grants for small businesses and for many of the nonprofits that suffered throughout the pandemic, Helping Hands was one of the groups that didn't necessarily get the mention, but they help businesses that most of it, and quite frankly, the county didn't know existed. The county, the chamber, and various entities that couldn't reach minority-owned businesses or small businesses that were home-based. They couldn't reach them, but this group of young people who really work closely with the community began to give advice to individuals who didn't know where to seek help. And so they serve a large number of businesses within the community as a whole. They provide everything, every type of service necessary, and they're a conduit to send them to other places where they can also get help as well. And so very new resource to our community, but a vital resource to our community. And I want to thank you for the work that you do in our community and for the vision that's coming with Helping Hands as you continue to grow and prosper. And you're in a great location.
Do you have any literature? Ma'am, do you have any literature?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any literature in terms of?
So if you can leave those with us, we'll make sure we leave them out front so we can actually redirect some folks as well. Ms. Williams. I got you. Ms. Williams, come forward this time, Pastor.
Good afternoon. My name is Chiquita Williams, and I reside at 205 Elm Avenue, Palatka, Florida. I want to introduce a new business as well, Community Hands of Hope, LLC. Currently, I am an anger management specialist, level 1, and I am certified for domestic abuse intervention programs facilitator. So currently, I'm looking for startup funds if available, but also that I'm working in the school district counseling children that are in ISS and solution as an additional intervention before expulsion for anger management counseling. So just wanted to inform you. Thank you.
Again, we've got much needed services in our community. Come on up. There's much needed services in our community. We want to make sure we give everybody an opportunity to introduce themselves. And these are young ladies who are stepping out on faith and creating business opportunities and filling gaps that are in our community.
I also have a new.
Give you, Mr. Best, let's try to vibrate. Let's give me your name and address.
My name is Casey Williams. My business address is also 702 North 19th Street, Suite 3, Palatka, Florida 32177. We also partnered together with Helping Hands as well. We are Williams Life Alliance. We do life insurance. We do financial literacy. And I found that financial literacy is one of the really big portions of something that Putnam County needs, because all I ever hear is Putnam County is the poorest county in Florida. So it's really important that providing seminars and educating people that need that kind of assistance is something that we definitely offer. You look like you was gonna say something.
No, I always look like that.
But life insurance is also important because if you haven't noticed the amount of deaths that have happened within the last year in Palatka itself, and the amount of jars that you see, or the amount of GoFundMe accounts, where it's so difficult for the funeral homes to be able to put these people down, nicely. So educating people about when they need life insurance, when they don't need life insurance, when they're having the improper kind of life insurance, so that not only can they afford it, but if anything was to happen, that they would be able to take care of it, and they wouldn't leave their family members with that kind of stuff. So that's something that we offer at Williams Life Alliance. And so it's also an important part of our community.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Bates, I'm sure you can remember many, many years ago stepping out and starting your businesses and really been in that same position. So it's always good to see young folks who are engaging, really starting to embrace their entrepreneurial spirits and moving forward. That was probably, what, 60 years ago? So it's always a good thing. But again, and something else I want to do is I want to make sure that I recognize Ben Bates and Danny Martinez, about 200 years of experience between the two of them. But more than anything else,
You just don't care what you say. I done told you.
I do it to them all the time. But no, in all seriousness, these two young men have really been instrumental in pushing downtown Palatka, and pushing quality of life surveys, and pushing civic engagement, and pushing the opportunity and getting local money off the sidelines. They're instrumental in bringing the Studer Institute here, bringing Quint Studer in, engaging in practices, purchasing property, doing those things. And they don't do it necessarily to get any type of recognition, but I want to say thank you personally from the city of Palatka, because it's a great opportunity for the city to be the focal point of what's in place and to really start to bring various entities within this community together. And I appreciate you guys stepping out and putting together the Putnam initiative that gets us to the point where people are collectively thinking about how we develop our downtown and putting strategies together, and having folks who wouldn't necessarily compete to come in and do those things. And so that's one of the things that we really want to thank you for the efforts, for the tours to Pensacola, and for putting together the various forums that we've had throughout the community, including the business challenges, and for taking your money off the sidelines in so many ways based on what Studer says, and taking it off State Road 19 and Krill Avenue and other places, and focusing on downtown, because we know that we're going to build this community up from the core out. And we really appreciate the efforts that you guys have put forward, you two gentlemen, along with many others. But we want to thank you for being the catalyst for our downtown strategies. And we want to just give you a round of applause. And Ben, I think in a lot of ways, some of the efforts may have gone against the grain from what some people wanted to see, but I truly think that the time was right, and it was time to get everybody together to try to work towards one Palatka. And I appreciate it, and we are very thankful for your efforts. So that being said, do we have anyone else here for public comment at this time? How are you, sir? If not, we're going to close public comment. We're going to move into our consent agenda items A through Q on the consent agenda. Are there any items you wish to have removed at this time? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as it is provided.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. Is there any further discussion on consent? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to our regular business discussion item for action, the contract with Palatka Boathouse Marina LLC, PBM,
Mayor,
for water.
if I may, we do have the representative from the Gas Authority who was just reappointed.
Sorry, we got Chip Lible. Can you come over and introduce yourself to those who don't know you, or both of them? He's our newest appointee to the Gas Authority Board. Not every day you see him in a suit either.
That's right, especially these days. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm Chip Lible, former county commissioner and
Housing
advocate.
Authority, can you stay?
Well,
Go ahead.
how long?
Come on, Chip.
What'd you
Keep
ask
going,
me?
keep going. Nothing, just keep going.
Oh, okay. But thank you for the opportunity to serve on the Gas Authority. I look forward to continuing its mission, improving, and I've met this gentleman tonight, and we're going to get along real good. And I appreciate the opportunity, Commissioner, I really do. And I do want to commend, you're doing all the commending tonight, but this city, in my lifetime, has got all kind of projects going on. I think everybody in this room will agree with me, and I just want to thank you. We're going to have clean water. We've got sewer lines, infrastructure, we've got riverfront development, but if I've never told you, I want to congratulate each one of you and all the people in the effort. Ben, Danny, the city's moving. It really is, and I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
He's a wealth of knowledge. I can tell you, he's a wealth of knowledge. Very much missed in the Corps. Dr. Woods will never excuse an opportunity to recognize our partner, the Housing Authority, that's here with us today. If everyone from the Housing Authority could please stand for me. We appreciate your patience moving forward. Can you come forward, introduce your folks? And I'll tell you, for many people, they see the Housing Authority as an impediment to growth in Putnam County. And the Housing Authority is actually the catalyst for growth in this community. They're the foremost authority when it comes to affordable housing, to workforce housing. And they also have the ability to raise the floor in this community. And so we are excited about some new things that are going to happen with the Housing Authority in the future, and just opportunities that exist. And if you can, just kind of give us a little insight and some introduction.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for agendarizing our item tonight, as you said you would last week at last week's strategic planning meeting. I think that in and of itself is indicative of the job that you and the commission have been doing. And going forward, I look forward to strengthening our partnership in affordable housing and sustaining the same and increasing even the type of housing that we provide for those hard to serve citizens within the county and the city. With us tonight, I have my CFO, Mr. Steve Vailing. Raise your hand so they know who you are. I have my Director of Maintenance and Mr. Cleveland Hobbs. And my Resident Services Coordinator, Mr. Aaron Robinson. And as the mayor said, we are indeed the city's premier affordable housing provider and partner, and that's what we do. And we thank you for your patience and service. We look forward to being good neighbors, not only presently, but going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Woods, one of the things that we want to do moving forward as we begin to discuss what we're doing with ARPA funds is to sit down and have a joint commission meeting of some type with the Housing Authority so that we can make sure that you are a part of those conversations.
Thank you very kindly, and I'm pleased to announce that we provided some startup revenue resources for our nonprofit.
Okay.
That will afford us an opportunity to do things with defederalized and non-federal funds.
Okay. Commissioner Jones serves as our liaison. I'm sure he'll be continually reporting back to us as well.
Yes, he and I have been speaking. We're talking about most recently available lots within the city. That we're hoping to partner on.
For infill?
The most recent was 11th and Howard. But we're also looking at other houses, as you know, a couple that we spoke with. The process of doing the same thing.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Do we get reports on any of the meetings or whatever, liaison meetings or whatever? But you're the liaison. I mean, I'm just saying, you said it published, but if you're our liaison, I mean, I would like to kind of see some reports of be
Just get an
pointed
update.
to it, so at least we know what's going on.
Okay.
All right.
You're the city liaison.
Okay. Just kind of note, so there were a couple students who didn't know about Student of the Month, but we're gonna go ahead and we'll get those students' names added to the January list so that they can be properly recognized as well. So let's make sure we do that and they'll know and we'll go from there. Next up. Again, we're on our contract with Palatka Boathouse Marina LLC PBM for water taxi operation and services. Mr. Holmes.
We have continued to engage in discussions with Mr. Legacy and his representative in an effort to fine tune the contract that we brought forward last month. We continued in good faith, I think, Mr. Today.
Sure, Michael.
Sorry. We've continued with our discussions and negotiations even through today. This was a complex negotiation. There's a lot of moving pieces and 27 or 8 pages of contract, I guess, speaks for itself. But in addition to that, we have the disadvantage of not working with any experience base. In other words, it's not like we've done this before with a contract and boats in the city of Palatka. So there's been a continual process of give and take. I actually believe that Mr. Legacy has made concessions right up through today. And I guess we've reached the point where we're about as far as we can go. We're either where we are now or we aren't. The contract, looking at the book today, I noticed that copy, the last draft of the contract is not in the book. Jonathan's making copies of the last draft right now, but there weren't a lot of changes made. I sent out the last draft to each of you by email. I also sent out a memorandum to each of you highlighting what changes were made in the agreement from the last time it was before you. And then I don't know whether Mr. Legacy has any more changes that he's asking for tonight, but essentially, briefly, remember I had put together a memorandum with issues and questions and concerns, and we attempted to address each one of those in fine tuning of the agreement. And the copy that you received yesterday, well, a few days ago, and then as late as today, has incorporated those changes. I can go over the major changes if you'd like quickly. One had to do with exclusivity. You'll recall, without going into great detail, the wording of the contract as it was last considered essentially gave PBM exclusivity on almost all activities on the waterfront. Now we've made specific changes to that specifically state that rental of transportation, including but not limited to kayaks, canoes, paddle boards, bicycles, scooters, and golf carts, can be conducted by others outside of the park operation area. We also made specific provision for concessions to be operated by entities other than PBA. We defined the park operating area and also an area to which PBA would be granted access during festivals and festivities, because that's been a continuing concern all the way through. Sonny, can you put that up on the? So this is going to be a map. Because that would be, that's the parking area. If you could put the other one up, please. So the areas outlined in red or pink are the areas that we would be defining as the park operation area. The rest of the riverfront would be outside the park operation area. And so basically, as I indicated, activities that I last described would be allowed to be operated by others outside the park operation area. And there would not be exclusivity as to those activities. We made changes, most particularly that would not require the city, not obligate the city to renew the agreement after its initial term. There was some language in the agreement as it was originally presented to you on the last occasion that implied that there would be an automatic renewal on the second term at least, and also that the city manager could provide for renewal. That's been changed. It's clear now that there is no automatic renewal on the second after the first 5 years, and it's also clear that only the commission can approve renewal of the agreement. We made basically Scrivener error corrections, such as correctly referring to the city attorney by city attorney rather than it earlier referred to me as the city attorney. We prohibited PBM from transferring or subcontracting the majority of its services to any other entity without city consent. We made some language, some changes so that the city would not be required to execute any document authorizing PBM to conduct activities that PBM thought was necessary, but instead struck that to read and changed that to read that it would only be documents that were reasonably necessary for PBM to conduct its activities. Eliminated some confusion as to shared expenses by eliminating that clause altogether, because it really was confusing, and I'm not sure what shared expenses, and that had to do with their ability, PBM's ability to purchase on behalf of the city. We eliminated all that language at page 14. Eliminated all inconsistencies with the city's purchasing policy. There were some requirements that stated that anybody who made a bid to provide services who was using recycled materials would get preference. That's inconsistent with our policy. It might be a good idea, but it's not consistent with our policy. So we eliminated that. Eliminated the city's obligation to exclusively promote PBM on the city's website and in other locations. We can do it, but we're not limited or bound to only promote them. We increased the amount of gross revenues generated by the dock rentals from 3% to 6%, which would be consistent with the amount we might have to pay. 6% of the revenue from the docks would be one of the measures by which we might be required to pay submerged land lease payments. So we equaled what the revenue share will be to what we might have to pay. And then we limited, and maybe this is the most important thing, the maximum amount of annual financial obligation of the city for operations under the agreement to $60,000. Sonny, would you put that clause 38 up there too for us? This is the language that. No. Blow it up a little bit, maybe. Okay. So this specify, that's the wrong one. I think it's the next one. well, the one you just had allocation, had the allocation of utility expenses included. But the limitation of the cap on expenses is $60,000 out of pocket for the city on any annual year, and that would be excluding time or payroll of our employees who are going about performing services, that cleaning restrooms and things of that nature. And it would also exclude any capital expenditure of $10,000 or more, like for a building repair, remodel, modification. That would not be included within the 60,000 cap, but otherwise, everything else the city would be required to pay essentially that's attributable to the agreement would be capped at $60,000. We don't have to pay that much net, then great. If we do, then so be it. But it's at least a cap. There was none when this agreement was originally presented to the commission. And right now, the agreement does provide that after 3 years, PBM would be able to notify or request of us the city's intent regarding renewal, and we would be required to respond to them within 6 months after the city's intent. Otherwise, the agreement essentially remains unchanged, but those were the key ingredients that we had concerns about, mainly the cap on expenses and the exclusivity on the waterfront. So with that, I'll answer questions, but I know Mr. Legassi also wants to make some comments.
38C.
38C, we're trying to allocate utilities. We've been trying to cover everything we could conceive of to eliminate confusion and arguments. So what this says is that we'd be responsible for charges for water and sewer at the bathrooms. They're public. PBM would be responsible for water furnished to the docks. PBM, Palatka Boat, House Marina. Electricity furnished to individual boat slips would be assessed to the user occupant of the slip by way of separate metering. And then any other charges for electricity provided to the docks would be borne by PBM, like for a light or something down there. And then electricity furnished to the building in which the ship store is located would be the city's responsibility until and unless PBM begins a concession operation, at which time all charges for electrical services at the building would be the responsibility of PBM, because we figured that the ships or the concession would be where you might have the biggest, user of electricity or biggest activity that would take power. So that's the way we proposed to allocate utility expenses.
So the concession operation was a part of the agreement. So why are we until and unless?
Well, concession operation is not required under the agreement. As you will recall, basically PBM reserved the right to initiate a concession operation either inside the ship store or outside by way of a separate food type truck or venue. But as I recall, that was an option for PBM.
But regardless of whether they do a food truck or they do concession from outside the building, which the building was supposedly designed for, it's still a part of what the original RFP was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Scott, like I say, 135 Middle Point Lane. Good evening. So the building wasn't completed in consideration of a concession operation. There's no grease trap. There's no water provision in that area. There's no electric for it, no hood. So if we didn't put the obligation to run a concession there, because I'm not a concession expert, but we paid a consultant throughout this process. He provided a statement today, but it needs a concession operation. That's one of the anchors that you need to make the revenue work. So that's why we asked for the potential of doing a trailer type food shack, something that would be very tastefully done. And then we would work with an operator to do that. So I don't see us running any kind of concession stand solely inside. Maybe pre-made sandwiches, ice cream, coffee in the mornings, something in the afternoon. I don't see us converting that space alone, though. I mean, it's a significant expense. We estimated it before, and the response we got, by the time you do the grease trap, the hood and all, we'd be $30,000+, $35,000 into it. And we don't know how long we'll be there. We want to be there long term, but I can't make those kind of capital improvements based on the current terms.
All right. Any other questions?
Do you have anything else? I know you said you wanted to address the commission tonight, Mr. Light.
I did, if he's still on that subject C, excuse me.
I'm just listening for now.
Yeah, so in regards to the agreement, as we were just reading, we got that a bit late today. So the only thing I see in it, Don, that I sent you an email back on, I think you're already in other meetings. I think my email went out around 3 or so. Was that the final addition B at the end of the second part? I think it's got 38 twice, unless there's an agreement I don't have. I've got 38 in 2 parts. So the second 38B, I think we just have to clarify that. That was a little bit unexpected on the $10,000 additional expense that we may have to incur.
What he's referencing is what's included in the, I guess what he's referencing is what's accepted from or excluded from the cap of $60,000 that the city would be required to contribute in a year. And I think that I had originally just suggested that there would be only, we would not count payroll, hourly wages of city employees that were performing obligations under the agreement, such as daily cleaning of restrooms, policing of the area, POA, policing meaning trash and debris removal, et cetera. PBM had come back and said they wanted an exception for major repairs. Well, major is an ambiguous term. So, I mean, I'm not saying that in a critical way. I'm just saying major is an ambiguous term. What's major to me may not be major to somebody else. So I changed that to read any repair in excess of $10,000 or renovation or addition or remodeling, and that would not be excluded, and that would be to either the boats or to the upland. That's.
Yeah, I'm sure we can work it out pretty quick, but I don't know if you want to do it here, but the our expectations of the cap is it's to cover the ordinary and expected expenses as were listed in the table that we were working off of. And those are more toward general maintenance and repairs and things like that, wear and tear, as were extraordinary expenses that are unexpected, unplanned. If there was something catastrophic to do with the building or the boat, we don't own that asset. It'd be hard for us to be able to spend a substantial amount of money, and knowing that if we're gone for whatever reasons, you guys decide not to renew in 5 years, that's an expense that it's hard for business to do. So we would just want to limit that. I think I sent back some wording. I can read it to you, or Merle's on the Zoom here. Merle had worked out, and I think sent you an email as well. But again, if I could clarify for the commission, this has not been contentious. We've worked well together for these last month or two. But when you do a 27-page agreement, and the city wants to be protected and everything, every dot, every I, and every T. And so it takes time. Don's got a busy schedule. I have a schedule, and it's not that we're dragging our feet. I think we've all worked really hard at this. We're down to the last couple things here. So just we provided some numbers. I believe Jonathan might have passed them out. So you can see some expectations, some projections from Merle, and he's on, you can ask questions. To give you a little bit of a snapshot of what this entails, this is not an average small business when you've got this many different revenue streams that have to be established to cover the overhead. So our first year operations out of pocket is about $117,000. That's not including, that's personnel, and that's the basics. That's not including an investment of up to about $240,000 in boats and equipment. It's listed there. The expectation back to the city. Now these are you know, I've run several businesses and I know that you have to start off very conservative in your calculations, and these are conservative. The conservative back to the city is $6,500 year one. So that's really 6 months of operation. That's July 1 of 2022 through January 1, December 31. And so the first full year operation is about $12,000 coming back. And again, Merle feels it's very conservative. Year 3, 18, year 4, 21, 27. Well, the calculations, those are based on PBM won't be doing very well if that's all the business we can do. And nor will you guys. We expect the city to make more than that. We expect to do quite a bit better, but there's some unknowns now. We don't know the scope of the concession operation, and we're still doing our calculations on water taxis at 1 and a little bit. We haven't done a full-on evaluation of both boats because we just need to know that's a complicated equation. Is there enough demand out there? Like for right now, I'll just give you a quick snapshot. Our calculations on water taxis is to operate every Friday evening for an hour and a half to 2 hour cruise. It'll be Saturday morning, it'll be Saturday afternoon, and then Saturday evening, the same cruise. Sunday morning before noon, there'll be one right after lunch. So those are based on, we don't know the demand, but if we use up all the demand in one boat, then the second boat's really not going to generate any revenue initially till we drive more demand. So a lot of this has to be very fluid, if you will, and we'll adjust as we go. If we need to advertise more, if we need to do Groupon deals, that's Merle's expertise. He runs 10 rental boats and has a background in tour boats as well. So that's one of the reasons that that Merle's sitting fat and happy over there. I see your face on there. So anyway, I pay Merle well because he's very good at this, and we don't guess at what we're doing. Same thing in the restaurant side. We pay a consultant for that. And if you look at those numbers, those are very brief. We can get more detailed if you like. We also passed out, just so you know who you're dealing with here a little bit. That's a snapshot of 3 pages that tells you a little bit about PBM's operations since we began in 2017. I think we signed a contract at the end of 16. And the intent of the agreement was it's a temporary agreement, and PBM would begin to operate the first boat to satisfy the FDOT's need. But it was based on the premise the city would get fuel through the grant process. And unfortunately, and I even helped on that grant process and a little bit and provided some statements and some effort. It's just not been in the cards. So the city hasn't been able to acquire the fuel, and that's the cornerstone of this entire operation. So we understood and learned that early this year. So we put in motion to pay for and establish the fuel on our property. And so there's just a lot of moving pieces here. But if you look at the PBM accounting and for 1 second, and I'll take a break here. Starting from day one, the operation shows you every person that's been on that boat that's paid. We've never run that boat for our purpose or for our use, recreational use or anything. It's been strictly very professional. There's accounting in there that shows the receipts of cash. We do every single dollar. It's got people's name. So we have a list of every person that's been on the boat if you need to see it. We gave you just a snapshot there. It's brought in about $30,000, and we've spent the boat was about $300 profit there. If you don't look at the receipts or the expenses that Boathouse Marina has covered for PBM for that boat operation. And there's a breakdown of those, and I'm happy to give you guys any details you want on those. But it's about, if we take out Merle's cost to PBM, it's about $18,000, $19,000 in the hole right now to run those boats. And if I could just say this, there was a citizen last meeting that brought up that we operate those boats and charge $35 a seat for 2,400 students, and there's tons of cash, and that's not true. Those are community service operations that we did with the water taxi with the, I'm sorry, the Rivers Keepers. We charge them the same price that we would a private charter, and it's about $250 an hour. And I don't know where they get their money to pay for it. We don't know what the kids pay. We're not involved in that. We charge them what we would any other citizen of Palatka. And the same thing with the Barking Frolic. We do the same arrangement with them. They do a $35 seating. We understand a wine and cheese deal. We don't know what all is involved, but that's them. We charter the boat to them. We provide the captains the boats. And if they're making money off of it, it's for charity, it's for a fundraiser, then we don't have a problem with it. We're not in the business to let somebody use the city's equipment for free, but there are some reserves that go with that. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
I was just looking at the handout. It looked like it said PBM owes BHM. Is that Putnam Palatka Boathouse Marina owes? Is it the boathouse marina?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I wasn't planning on bringing that last minute. Somebody suggested I bring it. It was just scribble. So that's county. Yeah. So Boathouse Marina is a different company. That's my wife and myself, my brother and his wife. PBM is right now is a separate LLC, and it needs to be.
Almost $30,000.
Yeah, well, you've got $11,000 in consulting fees in there over the time from there. So I'm not.
Operations.
Yep, and I'm happy to provide any details. We have an open book policy, nothing to hide. We have one business we've been in for 35 years and gets a 5-star rating and never ever complain. I have another business that I've been doing for close to that long that grosses significant money and no complaints. We have a solid business reputation, and we plan to do the same thing here on the riverfront.
Right. From 2017, April 2017 to December 4th, 2021.
Yes.
But yeah, like you say, the people that's listed in here mainly pretty much relatives. And
pretty much what?
I see, like you say, it was relatives in there along with like Capital One. I see other things, but so wow.
That are being paid?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if
you know, I paid them out of mine, but I'm just, so we don't, and just so you know, I think Jonathan can attest to this, the boat takes a lot of work with the Coast Guard every year. And we don't charge for any of that. I don't charge for any of my time. There's no management fees in any of this. These are honest expenses. So my brother Skip runs the Boathouse Marina, but we drag him off from that every time this boat, the PBM Pride of Palatka 2 gets operated. Skip is the one that checks the boat out. He fuels it, he cleans it. He has staff that helps with that. He's in charge of that. So there are times where he's compensated. Basically, every time that boat has to get prepped to go out, we have to compensate him.
Any other questions from the commission? Anything else, Commissioner Boyle? Question, the operating area, so the POA. Looking at the map, your operating area consists of the existing city dock and the boat slips before, and the other docks on the north end.
Yeah.
So what happens to public access?
I guess I don't understand your
So-
question. POA, nothing changes in the POA, and the city has requested that 2 floating docks near the bridge that we be responsible for those. I'd rather not, but somebody needs to do it. You can't have, transient boaters tie up there and stay and they don't pump out or whatever. So somebody has to keep an eye on it.
So you expect, so citizens will still have the same access rights that they have today? To those
Absolutely.
areas?
Yeah, we don't. And the only thing I think you'll see that we've requested differently is that during special events, if we have a rental boat operation going or the water taxi boat operation, and once we get into a schedule that's known by the community, we'd like for people to be able to get there and use the boats. And so, you know how busy it gets at Blue Crab Festival. We'd like to have a little bit of space for customers that are coming there. Maybe they're renting a boat for half a day. If they're there a long time, we can ask them to park down the street. But if we could have some parking for concession operations.
Excuse me, Sonny, can you put the other map up there, please?
That's, That's what's been asked. The people we've talked to, and we'd like to talk to more local people about the concessions operations, but that's the first thing they ask about is parking. What can we do to get some parking when there's special events or busy times and there's 200 boats there?
So not to interrupt, but what Mr. Legacy had requested was guaranteed parking spaces and in proximity to the ship store and so forth. And it was going to be really difficult during Blue Crab Festival and major events. And we thought it was going to be really difficult to try to guarantee those spaces. So in the alternative, we proposed that he be guaranteed access to the area that's now outlined in red, and the public have access to the remainder of it during, like I said, Blue Crab or at festivities that are going to be large activity drivers in the boat ramp area. And so that was the only limited access that you would be coming in and going out the one access way onto River Street, and the public would have access to the remainder of the parking lots there. That's what we had proposed. Even during Blue Crab or whatever.
And I'm not sure we have to even have every bit of that space, but we do need to provide some space especially to the boat rental customers.
So you requested boat ramps, and you also requested a certain number of parking spaces, and I think that's what we felt was it was logistically possible for us to rope that off and provide you access and have the public have access to the remainder.
I think it's adequate, but people show up with their grandmother and their mother and their uncle and their dog, and they want to offload and get everything on the boats, and it's difficult if they can't pull up there and offload.
Any other questions from the commission?
I don't have a question, I have a statement. And I know we're trying to get this done. And you coming in with this presentation, which is pretty detailed, but it's missing something that would have me excited about this and to do business with you. And I'm a visual person, and I would like to see, a presentation where you say, well, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're charging you guys, and this is what we're gonna do, and this is what it's gonna look like, or at least you envision it looking like this on our riverfront. And I'm not there with it. I don't know if anybody else feel the same way. And I know it's a water taxi, and I know talks have happened before. Maybe you had a presentation before I came on this. Okay, but
I apologize.
When you're talking about making a decision that we've been partnering a long time, for the grand finale, I would have liked to seen that so that I could get excited and want to vote based upon what I seen. And it's hard for me to do that here, not being a person that's an expert, a subject matter expert on water taxis, watercrafts, on the way we want to see it here. So I just wanted to say that. So it's not a question, it is a statement.
Have you been provided the original RFP?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay. We're happy to provide whatever, we did do a presentation originally, but I didn't think it'd be the best use of time. I didn't know, but and we'll certainly do it if you'd like.
Well, we're in a monotone presentation right now that just got me, we're asking a question about, I see a lot of numbers, but I don't see what we're getting bang for our buck. That's, again, no disrespect, but I just want to let you know.
Any other comments from the commission? Commissioner McCaskill, anything?
Not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Borum?
No comment at this time.
Commissioner Campbell?
No comment, sir.
We've heard from Commissioner Jones. I'm gonna open the floor for public comment. Trying to do that during this time. Is there anyone here for public comment at this time? You gotta fill out a yellow speaker's card in the back of the room. Provide your name and address so that we can have that information as we proceed forward. You can fill the card out after you speak if you want, and we can go from there. So if there's anyone here for public comment, you can come forward. Don't give me a history lesson on the boat, but give me a comment pertaining to what we got today.
I see
So
what you
Vice
have
Mayor.
today, but I want to and I know you don't like history lessons.
I don't like the same history lesson.
All right. The thing is that the boats were obtained to try to bring more business and tourism to this town. We need a carrot. People go to places that they can find something to do that's different, and we have a beautiful river. And I said I was gonna sit down and not say anything tonight, but you need to know that it was the thought or the idea was brought back when we had a 500-page grant that we wrote to help plan where the city was going. The thing that it is that it's to help as many businesses as we can come here and be started. And I'm gonna leave it for you all to figure out since you don't want a history story.
I'm fully aware of the history.
But some other people aren't.
They heard it last time you spoke.
No, they didn't get the full picture because we did extensive work. I formed a nonprofit.
You told us that last time.
I know, but the people on it had different expertise. And we went into where the clientele would come from, how we would help the person who operated the boat get here, and get it here and help get it started. So from that, I let you all take it.
That's for this one? That's for this one, right? Come on, thank you. Go ahead.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street. I was one of the original members of the riverboat committee. And what we have today is nothing, not even near what we had planned to have. The water taxi, I have no problem with the water taxi. What I have a problem with is city money going out to pay for it. We originally intended for no city money to have to pay for anything. And what I'm seeing now is a contract that's been kicked down the road for 7 or 8 years. We can't come, you all can't come to, or we couldn't come to an agreement. I think it's time to pull the plug and end it now. Let Mr. Legacy give him the boats or sell him the boats. Let him continue to run them like he's been doing for the past 5 or 6 years. That still say Pride of Palatka, and drop the rest of it, drop the contract, or just drop the contract, period. I mean, we've been beating a dead horse so long, there's nothing but a skeleton left. Thank you.
Casey Williams.
So I'm actually loving the idea of it itself. And one thing I noticed about the riverfront is it's kind of bare sometimes. So I think it will bring a lot of like people. And I think during the fall festival, we noticed that there was some, what do you call them things? Jet skis. And I thought it was a super idea, like, you know, to be able to have that kind of stuff at the riverfront. Here's my concern. So the map, well, it's gone now. Can you? This is my question, and I'm glad you opened it. So you see how in the red that's our ramp, right? Right. And so during like our Bass Fest, where there's other boats that are going to come into this community. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we made the Hampton, right? The Hampton Hotel ain't that a Hampton, right? So my question would be, if we're going to rope it off to those specific people, what about that event, not even the Blue Crab Festival, but the event where other citizens of our community bring their boats? And also the playground that's down there, how will it affect the traffic through there when there's a child playground? So those are the questions that I really have, because the only other ramp is on the other side, and I don't really see anybody putting no boats, not no big ones at least. So,
Well, he's not saying restrict access for boats to get on the ramp. That's not what he's saying. He's saying reserve the spaces, the parking spaces that are within that area, like right there where the
Oh.
mark is. That's what he's talking about.
okay,
So that,
so,
so that the people that come to the ship store or
mhm.
do business or get on the water taxis would have those boat spaces over there, those parking spaces reserved for them during events.
Yeah, we're only asking for that during special events.
Just-
When the city said that area is roped off anyway, you have to leave those slips open, the ramps open for the FWC. The only people, as I understand it, can use the ramps during special events.
But he's not saying close it so that there's no public
Okay,
access.
that's why I was understanding. So that makes sense. But other than that, I do think it's a good idea, and I think it'll bring something new to our community, because I see boats, but I don't see a lot of like, rentals and paddle boats and stuff like that. And I think it would be a good asset to our community.
So, is there another speaker? Gotcha, thank you. Marlene Legacy.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm Marlene Lagasse. I'm one of the Lagasse family members, and I've had the pleasure of being the person that rents the water taxi out. So for some excitement, I'm going to explain to you. We've had family reunions. We had someone that actually lives a half a mile from my house that's lived in East Palatka for 50 years, had never set foot on the river or never was in a boat on the river. And we took them all the way down to Dunn's Creek and around Murphy's Island, and they were thrilled beyond belief. We've had senior citizens come over from Gainesville. We've had just groups that want to get together, ladies that wanted to go out. We've done the children. Now, of course, with COVID, we had to drop a couple events. And then when our lovely blind mosquitoes show up, no one wants to go out on the river when the blind mosquitoes are covering the boat. But we've had a lot of people that have enjoyed going out on there. And if you haven't gone out on it and you'd like to give me your contact information, the next time we take it out, I would love for you to ride and see what it's like. To see the look on someone's face who's never had the opportunity to ride on a boat, to see alligators in the water, turtles, it's unbelievable. And so this is something that is the pride of Palatka. And we have an opportunity as a city, as a county, to make this shine, to be what it needs to be up and down the river, to show people what we do. We've had actually the ambassador from Vietnam and our representative from Washington. We took them out on the boat one day to show them the river and what the city of Palatka was about. So I think it's a great thing. I know it's been a rocky start over the last however many years, and I don't know, 6 or 7 city managers and different commissioners coming and going. And I know it's gone back and forth, but I really think that we're at a point where we need to do it. We need to move forward and let all this activity really happen. I have people asking me all the time, when is the ship store going to be open? When is the bathrooms going to be open all the time? When can we rent boats to people? We miss out on a lot of income, the city does, by everyone that's parking at the floating docks and at the docks down in front of the clock tower. So that's revenue that it's gone because you don't charge people to stay there. And so we're missing out. Every other place that you visit charges you when you go there. We take our boat up and down the river. There's no free slip rental. And so that's just revenue that the city is missing out on, revenue that will help with repairs, and that will expose us to all these other people. People from St. Augustine come over here all the time, people from Jacksonville, down in Sanford. So we are the gem. We are the gem. So we need to promote that more, and we need to move forward with this. Okay? Any questions? If I had pictures, I'd bring them for you of the smiling people.
Well,
And that's what I'm suggesting, to have
Yeah,
something so
yeah.
that you could
Well-
promote what you're doing, catalog it, and it would help people like
We do.
myself that's a visual.
Yeah, we do. We put that on Facebook, and then one of our captains, who's actually a high school teacher, Miss Kim Walters, she has a YouTube and an Instagram and everything, and she puts everything on there about the pride of Palatka and all the different people and stuff. So, and we do have captains that we bring in and first mates, and part of the program, which I'm not sure if you're aware of, is that we have to make sure that everyone is drug-free that works on that boat or operates that boat. And that's another thing that we make sure to protect the city and us. Anything else?
So, yes, so while you're here, to add to Mr. Williams' point, she asked about the watercrafts, the extra watercrafts, not just the taxi.
Yes, sir.
Would you guys have the capacity to bring forth activities like that and with the watercrafts, the Sea-Doos or?
Yes, and that is part of the plan, is to have some pontoon boats that we can rent out, similar to what Crystal Cove does. And then also jet skis and paddle boards and kayaks. Of course, that's big here in the county. We also have a captain that can come over if people want to rent just they don't want to drive the boat, but they could actually take them out on the boat. So we have all those things available that we'll be able to deliver and let the public take advantage of. I mean, I'm excited about it. I think it'll be a great thing. And I think it would just be a really big plus for us here in Palatka. Well, you're getting the fuel. So we are getting the fuel at the marina. So that's one of the things that will help, is having that, because we do get a lot of calls for fuel here. I mean, every weekend someone wants fuel, diesel or gas. Crystal Cove has it, but the problem is they're very shallow. So it's hard for large boats to get in there on, unless they're on high tide. So I'm sure you guys have seen all those boats that are anchored out and tied up along the different piers out there. That's revenue for the city. So we need to take advantage of it. We need to capture that.
Just another question, this is my last one. So for unforeseen things, and I tell you, I'm not a subject matter expert. You say you're getting fuel, you're gonna obtain it there. So you'll be responsible for any spills or anything that happens. So that liability goes to you guys.
Yes,
right?
and actually, yes, and actually there is a response team. We have in place what to do, but we also have a number we call, and they'll have someone in there within like 3 hours to do everything. And then we reach out to the DEP and the FWC. But yes, we have all that in place.
Commissioner, the fuel would be on their property, not
Yeah,
city property.
not yours.
But in addition to that, one of the additions we've made since the last time this matter was considered was they've agreed to accept responsibility for adding a sudden spill clause or coverage to the marine liability policy that they're going to carry for operations within the city POA. So there'd be that additional insurance coverage.
Anything else?
Questions?
Yeah, I mean, this has got a question on the number of, I guess, venues. You say you had quite a few with
So,
weddings and celebrations. different
well,
kinds of
people
events.
that, family reunions, we've had those.
Yeah.
Typically, someone's going to rent the boat for 2 hours. We charge $500 for a 2-hour rental. We did have someone here locally, a local business person, 2 Christmas ago, wanted to take his people out, and because they were going out for a long period of time, we were able to adjust that down a little bit. But typically it's $500 to go out for 2 hours. That gives you the captain, the first mate, and we have always water on the boat for people.
Regardless of the number of people that's on there.
Doesn't matter. We're charging you for the boat. We don't charge by person. Now, if you rented the boat for 2 hours and you brought 30 guests and you want to charge those guests $30 a piece and you want to keep that money, that's up to you. We do not charge per person.
Yeah, I was just looking at, maybe how many ever
Right,
venues
Yeah.
you guys had and.
Well, I will say this, I have to say, one year I was at Blue Crab when we were downtown, I think. It was kind of a slow year, or the year not, that the young professionals were doing the Blue Crab.
Did the $10 rides.
When was
You
that?
did the rides then.
Yeah, we did $10 rides then. So we took people out, like I think every hour we took people out. It was $10 to get on the boat and they went out. And most of them really wanted just to be inside the ship store because it was air conditioning, because it was so hot that day. That and water. We went through a lot of water that day. But yeah, I mean, if the boat is running consistently right now, it's people calling and making reservations. But if we have scheduled Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday, those would be by ticket sales, which would be different than how we're currently operating.
So over the last 4 years, I mean,
Ticket sale ones,
how many,
how many total? I don't know. She's gonna, excuse me,
about how many voyages you made or
a
trips?
total number? Okay, he would have to look that up. I'm sorry. I don't know right off the top of my head.
That would be, I would like to know that as well. Thank you for asking that.
Okay, great.
Negotiation, so that would have had an effect on the outcome.
Oh, it's, do you have the transaction detail by account?
I don't want to assume nothing. I don't want to assume.
That would be every one that we've had right
Right, but I
there.
don't want to assume or account. That's why I asked you guys.
Oh, okay. I don't know, but you can give me a moment. I'll be glad to count for you.
I don't want to assume anything. I
Yeah.
was just asking a
Three.
question.
Okay, let me look. 1, 2, 3, 4.
But I would want to make sure, you can go ahead, but I want us to take in consideration that that question is by them doing it without a contract or without anything. So I just wanted to make sure that that was put out there for consideration, right?
Right. I mean.
Totally understood.
Yeah. Okay. So let me look here. I'm sorry. You caught me off
Well,
guard.
we've had an agreement, a temporary agreement under which they've operated the boat. So they have had an agreement regarding operation of the boat where we allocated some expenses. Also, we'll mention that this is, everything they've done has been with respect to one boat, because the second boat is in Putnam County now, but it hasn't been. So there's been only one boat in operation, and that's being the Tri-Tune boat. No air conditioning, no restroom either, is it?
Nope.
There is.
Yeah,
Is a
there is
porta
a
potty
restroom.
on the Tri-Tune? Okay.
If I counted correctly, I think there's 25, but I'm not sure. My sister-in-law does all the billing and bookkeeping. Mhm.
Any follow-up question?
About like $12,500 you made on the voyages.
Yeah,
12,500, somewhere like that.
that's your ticket sales right there. That has the bottom line of what we made during that time. Anything else?
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission? Comments, motions? Thoughts? So what's the pleasure of the commission at this time? Not everybody at once.
My vote, I mean, we want to hear from the commission. I'm not leading every time.
Somebody's got to lead the conversation. I can't.
Well, it's a conversation. I would love to have it, but again, if the initial intent was not for the city to be paying funding, my understanding, the city wasn't supposed to bear any financial responsibilities. And so, but we're here with financial responsibilities. And it's supposed to be capped at this 60,000. So and I don't know if it could be anything more than that later on in terms of what we end up paying, but I just have a heartburn about the funding based on the historical piece of it from initiation to now. That's my piece.
Mr. Jones.
Well, again, I asked about the capacity, what they can do, what they're gonna bring. And my question is, being a new commissioner and even ex-commissioner Kitchen mentioned, it's been going on for some time. My thought being a new commissioner would be, have we entertained any other vendor that can do what we actually want with those taxis, or even enhance our riverfront and what they could bring to the riverfront? And that's a question. And to be honest with you, that's what I would like to see us at least entertain, if we're not happy with what we see before us right now.
And that was a question that I've asked previously.
Well, we could not entertain another proposal because we were already in one that kept being put before us time after time after time. We could not just break the agreement in that respect, with trying to do our due diligence and make sure that we work faithfully with the current individual. But if it's not in the best interest of the city, you know, I mean, I can't tell you guys what to do, but I don't feel good.
I know we originally, I'm sorry if I may, I know we originally agreed not to have to bear any financial burden, put any money into this. However, if we're looking to create partnerships, we always say we got to have some skin in the game as well. So that's the direction I'm going in. And we got to look, we have to start looking to build these partnerships, and we're going to have to start bearing some of these financial burden. I'm just saying, if we want to move forward, and that it just looks like that's where we are now. I do want to do what's in the best interest of the city, but we got to put some skin in the game, guys. We got to start.
We got all the skin in this game.
I do know that, but we got to bear some financial burdens as well. We got to start putting some money up as well. So I'm just saying, I mean, I want to do what's in the best interest of the city. I am tired of having these discussions. You know, I have not been in this as long as you all have, but we need to start thinking about making some decisions and knowing that we're going to have to start putting more in and putting some more skin in the game. And I know that we do, but I just want to start. I want us to consider this, please.
Mr. Campbell.
I definitely want something to happen. The numbers does give me a little bit of heartburn, I must agree. I know we've been at this since we've been on this commission, and I'm just literally ready to get it over one way or another. I mean, he's gone back and forth, and I kind of somewhat agree with Commissioner McCaskill. If we want good business, we have to be able to do what we have to do to make sure that it happens. As far as being, if we got skin in the game, if we know that we need to add a little bit more, possibly, but I just want to see something happen. The more that we stay at this point, we can have, I mean, as long as we stay at this point, nothing on the riverfront is going to change. So.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, not right now. Let me get through this part. Let me make my comments first. We walked in day one and inherited this. It's been a 7-year continuation of a negotiation that's taken place, and is more than kicking a can down the road. It has been a total revamping of what initially started. I mean, at the end of the day, we can talk about what the original intents were, but we are so far beyond what the original intent of this was that it's ridiculous, I think, for both sides. We've gone from nippers, we've gone from concession to nippers, to no restaurant, to no money, to trying to get an answer from PBM as it related to what was a cap to put in place. We offered 60 at one point, and reluctantly, and there was no real response as to where we were. Considerable concessions have been made, I think, from both sides as it relates to this picture. Mr. Lagasse, I heard you say something in the last meeting that really stuck out for me. And when you started shooting numbers, you said your number, you calculated about 34,000 as the bottom end of the number that you would have. And when, if I don't hear a whole bunch of other stuff, I hear money. And 34 was a number that you shot out at one point when we were talking initially. And then when we talked about the cap of 60, it was something that you were, it's, you know, I guess after negotiations, that additional negotiations, you guys came to an agreement at that number. For me, I think the number, a realistic number to get it done was somewhere between 34 and 60. The whole thing's a risk to me, quite honestly. I can't necessarily say that this is a project that I've been kicking my heels up and down on the entire time. It hasn't been. And it's not one that I can truly tell you that I've been in favor of. It wouldn't, and it probably wouldn't matter how many concessions you made in this particular issue. I do know that a lot of times that's gone on between the two sides to try to make this work. For me, a number between 34 and 60 makes this work. And so my recommendation is that a number around 45 be the number that's used as the maximum cap that the city puts in place to make the project work based upon what's in place. And I can't make the motion at this time. I can hear motions, but that's where my comfort level is. And it means that you're going to take a $15,000 a year risk in addition to the fact that we're supplying the boats and putting in the majority of the money. You know, at the end of the day, my true question is what makes you any different from Kelly Redford at Crystal Cove, who puts his stuff in place or does anything different other than the fact that you'll be operating city property in order to do this stuff. If it was such a winner, then the question becomes, why wasn't it done on your own property before now? Because at the end of the day, that's it. If we're all in the business of making money, then why wouldn't you just do it on your own property and make the money instead of dragging it out for 7 years and missing a whole bunch of money? I'll let you respond, no problem. I'll let you go as soon as Ms. Brown goes. But I am at a point where I think the efforts have been made from staff. The efforts have been made from you. I applaud you all for getting to where you are. But my comfort runs about 45, not at 60. And I think that's somewhere close to middle ground as to where the number you spit out in the last meeting kind of got my antennas up a little bit. You didn't offer that, but you put some information out there that made that number a reality for me. And so that's kind of where I am. You know, this is either going to be a great success or a horrible failure. That's just what it is. We need something at the riverfront that allows citizens to be able to come in place. I don't want to do it out of desperation, nor do I want to put you in a position where you have a monopoly over the riverfront activities and it starts to stymie growth. But as long as we don't have exclusivity clauses, as long as we have mirror clauses, which give us both an out if it doesn't work so that we can all stop bleeding, I'm okay with trying. And so that's where I am at this particular point. And Ms. Brown, you can come up and give me your comments at this time, and then I'll let Mr. Lagasse respond to my comments.
For a long time, we call this my baby. I get nothing from it, so whoever it goes or not, only the thing that we work for. We got $300,000 from Congresswoman Brown helping us get it the first time, and then more than $1 million from Micah, who helped us get a grant to do this. It was really to help promote businesses to come here. Is it if we can find dollars to reimburse the city, because the president now and people in Washington are talking about creating jobs, that we would be lucky enough to find some money to do another grant to help us get it both moving and operating on. Could an adjustment be made after agreement is done here, that an understanding is if we can find some more resources? Because there's some things out there that City of Palatka hasn't looked at. And the few months I've been off, I've watched a lot of television and I've seen some opportunities where dollars could be found, but I need somebody to help me go after them. I'm not as young as I was 30 years ago. But yeah, I wanted to know if you went ahead with it, could we have an open end where we could have a grant or something that would take up the slack? I never wanted the city to have to spend a dime to do it. And I wanted to open it up so that people could could come here and enjoy themselves and create more jobs for more people.
Mr. Legacy.
Yes. So if I may, I just want to clarify. So just maybe the city staff could explain what the 60 is, the proposed 60,000. It's not $60,000.
I don't need an explanation. I know what it is.
Okay, so that's changing all the way up to today, but it's a lot of it's existing dock maintenance, it's things like that, and it's support from the city because we're going to spend a substantial investment in assets. Right now, the city infrastructure, if I could, I'm trying not to get back too far. But the original RFP provided a concession operation, 2 boats, fuel in place, 20 slips with an additional 20 as soon as we needed them. So it was easy for her to do the math and figure out how to get it. With a concession operation, you have an anchor, you can bring some people there to the place. Now you can get them to ride the water taxis, eco-tour boats that Miss Mary has worked so hard for. And it's dwindled down from then. It's not been all this negotiation back and forth. We've been waiting on fuel all the way up.
No, it's been, no, let's not say it hasn't been negotiation. It's been a whole bunch of negotiation.
Well, it
back and
hasn't been
forth.
contentious.
It's
We've been willing to, we've been
This
flexible.
isn't, it hasn't been contentious. That's true. But there's been significant negotiation. There's been a lot of rewriting contracts and putting them back in place. Where we are today without the history lesson is the most momentum we've had as far as getting close to a contract that we've had in my 7 years, because we were so far off at one point, I was ready to get rid of her and go ahead a long time ago. But the only thing that gives us hope is the last 2 months. And that was because there's finally clarity on the numbers that have been asked for a long time. And so I can tell you, the biggest point of contention in the whole thing was all the unknown factors of what the expenses would be from the city side for us. I can't say what your points of contention were, but I can tell you the points of concern for us was that we were basically writing a blank check. And it wasn't up until the last 2 months ago when that conversation changed and we began to all have some clarity as to where we could find common ground. Would you agree with that, Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
And so that's been the conversation for me. I can tell you, I stopped coming to those meetings because they weren't going anywhere. I'd rather just get a report, because at the end of the day, we were talking about the same thing over and over again. And it wasn't until there started being some momentum that it actually looked like it halfway made sense. And that's where we are now. But the reality for me is, 45 is $15,000 different. So at the end of the day, that's kind of where I am. I don't know where everybody else is, because from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of angst from the commission and a lot of concern about whether this project is valuable. But I can say for me, what I see is an opportunity to get it done, to at least run it, to make a run at it. But I'm telling you where my comfort zone is. It's not at $45,001. It's not at $45,002, but it's trying to get it done. And that's my conversation. I don't want you to even respond to just what I've got, but that's where we are. And so, sometimes if it's truly if it's truly an endeavor where you want to be, then, that's what happens. Unfortunately, we have to negotiate in public.
Yeah.
It's not a negotiation that you typically get with two businesses. It has to be done in the sight of public when you start shooting numbers and doing all this other stuff. And so that's just my thought.
Okay. I'm willing to work with the staff to make that number work. It's just, we don't know what goes in the cap right now.
Nobody does. That's the
I'm-
beauty of being handed $700,000 worth of boats and saying, make it work.
And so if I could.
So if I may, I'm sorry. I know y'all can't.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lagasse, are you willing to negotiate? Are you hearing the 45? And I mean, you can go on and on, but are you willing to negotiate with that?
Yes. There's a couple little things that we're working well together, we can get done. There's just been a ton of unknowns for us also. It would help us to know, will we for sure have the second boat that we can base our numbers off of? Is that a known yet?
It's in Putnam County. We know that much so far. It's in Putnam County and it's waiting on a float test. So I would say that it's going to be coming. We've waited all these years for for a second vote.
I've been down and visited it 3 times in the process.
Mayor, I received an email today from the attorney from the surety company. They're gonna put it in a wet slip on Tuesday. And then they're gonna make the arrangements for
The test.
Yes.
So we're closer to a second vote than we've been in a decade,
Okay.
well, in 30 years.
And if I could end by saying, the same concerns you guys have had and the same concern you have about this 45 and the unknowns in the past, is that RFP has dwindled down. We have to know what assets we have to do a projection. And we're the ones right now are saying with the $60,000 cap, we're going to spend no telling what that number is when you guys cap that. So you guys need to know we've given a lot here and the city's going to get their money back and we're going to make this thing successful. But without your help, I don't think you can, honestly, don't believe you can find an operator because it's not as simple. I can show you the numbers. It's not as simple as taking 2 boats and saying, here, come ride these boats. There's a lot more to this than I think everybody would understand.
And if it's not that good of a deal, then maybe the city doesn't need to be in the boat business.
It takes multiple revenue streams is my point. You need that concession operation, brings people, you need the boats, you need the rental boats, you need them. There's quite a bit. There's a mooring field that we could be putting in that what doesn't cost anybody any money. There's grants available for that. So.
But Mr. Legassi, the city is giving you 2 boats, giving. You didn't have to purchase the boats. You're getting a building. You're getting exclusive, well, not exclusive, but you're gonna have priority over 2 areas. And you have the ability to rent other vessels and make income. You're gonna have multiple income streams. So the city is doing its due diligence with trying to work with you to make this right. Going from 60 to 45 and you see.
It's not a deal. It's not a deal breaker. And
I mean,
If it
was, it's a reality check.
I'm willing to come back in and help, because I'm gonna say no. We're at 45, it's a lot more workable, but initially you said 34. But, so I'm willing to kind of help along with this whole thing at 45. I like to see 34, but we can go to 45.
Okay, so
To give the community something to have at the riverfront to help promote economic development. And that's what we're trying to do. But we have given you quite a bit.
So can we, I guess for me, and just going off of what I've heard, Mayor has put out the 45. Mr. Legassi has said that he was willing to take that number into consideration. And I guess if we, I'm ready to bring this to a close. So if we're looking for a form of a motion.
One last thing before you do that, Commissioner. Promise Ms. Kitchen, I let her speak right quick, but I also want to talk about the mirror clause and what we talked about as far as the mirror clause, which was one of the last pieces. And Mr. Holmes or counsel, if y'all want to address that, then I think that's the last piece. I think it's a good bit of a piece of information for the commission and the public.
So as the agreement is now stands, and I think this has been consistent from pretty much the first assessment I made and the first memo that I provided to the commission, PBM has an option to terminate the agreement without cause if they find the agreement to be economically unfeasible for them. That comes 2 years after the operations begin. There is no corollary opt-out provision for the city unless PBM defaults by failing to perform its obligations under the agreement or declares bankruptcy or something of that nature. And that's what the mayor is referencing. And when he says mirror clause, there's no reciprocal opportunity for the city to terminate after 2 years. And in discussions with Mr. Legassi, which we of course have had lengthy discussions, he's indicated that without at least a 5-year guarantee, so to speak, he's unable to attract concessionaires and other people who would want some stability and some certainty that they weren't going to be basically trying to start an operation and make it go and then have the city terminate after 2 years. And so that's where the negotiations have basically come to the point where Mr. Glassy has said, I got to have the 2-year clause and I can't give you the 2-year clause. And so that's at that point, it's a decision for, the commission to make, not staff. We've tried to negotiate reciprocal clause, and that has been a no-go on the discussions.
And so has that sentiment changed? We can discuss it.
So what we requested is the standard norm, and I provided some documentation of that to the commission today. Here's the concern. If we go with a professional concession operator, and that's who the letter comes from, he's reputable in Jacksonville, quite the experience of this. We can't get somebody, now maybe we can find somebody local, and that's what I prefer to do anyway. But anybody that's going to start a concession operation there is going to have to invest in the hood, or trailer. And they're going to want a guarantee of 5 years. And so I can't guarantee them that unless I guarantee you guys that we get rid of that it's a 2-year plus a 6-month out. I give you notice, that's a standard 2 years, and give you 6-month notice. And I know you want a mirror clause, which is not normal.
But he didn't have a guarantee if you jump ship in 2 years. So even if he's working for you and he jump ship, if he makes the investment and you jump ship and say it's not economically feasible, then
That's right.
That person will be in the same position. So if you got a 2-year exit, they still run a risk at everything that's in place.
I think they probably, it's not uncommon there. I'm just saying that.
But you agree with that, right?
I agree that
you can jump ship in 2 years, but you don't think the city should have the same option to jump ship in 2 years if it's not economically feasible.
I wouldn't be, if the city can jump ship in 2 years, I can't do the business deal.
Yeah, but if you can jump ship in 2 years, then it makes sense for you, right?
No, but the difference.
That's what's in the clause.
The difference is I'm the one spending, I'm talking 100+ thousand, it's $180,000 is a projection for the second year out of my pocket.
How much were the boats?
I don't know what the boats are.
But the boats, I guarantee you, the boats in the docks were far more expensive than your 200,000.
I'm just saying the numbers don't work.
I'm just saying, you keep saying what all you put in, but you're not saying what all you're getting.
The boats are fabulous.
It's a balance.
I think it's a big asset. What I'm being honest with you about, I don't know that this business model is going to work. I'm willing to spend $118,000 next year. I'm willing to buy $200 and some thousand of assets to try it. I'm willing to spend $185,000 in year 2. But if by that point, if this thing looks bad, why don't we talk about some provision where we can all sit down after 2 years and look at it?
But if that's the case, but if you believe that it's going to work, then why do you need the 2-year out, and why are you unwilling to give us a 2-year out if it's going to be a winning endeavor? If it's a winner, then 2 years means nothing.
No, it's COVID, it's flying mosquitoes.
COVID's going to be here till I'm 90.
All those variables. What if, I don't know what the city's going to do. So I'm just saying it's normal business practice. And that's why I provided a statement from an expert and offered his phone number and his email. Merle, I think Merle's here. Merle does this. He's been doing this for 35 years.
He hasn't done it during a pandemic. Nobody has.
But I'm saying we're willing to invest. The city's investing by putting up the boats and by putting up the assets. I'm saying I'm willing to spend the money and make a go of this thing. Let's sit down in 2 years and
if you have a life jacket, it should be a life jacket on the other side that looks just like yours.
If I may, Mayor.
Okay, let me make sure I'm hearing.
Reciprocal clause from McCaskill and the 45,000. So if hopefully I don't know if that'll.
I mean, if you want to make it 3 years or whatever you want to make it as a mirror, that yours exit is the same as ours.
I want a reciprocal clause.
Everybody sits there and rolls the dice together at the same time.
I'd like to see that same clause in there.
And no pun intended, but we'll be in the same boat.
Yeah. We can exit at the same time, but I don't think the city should still be holding the bag. We still on the boat and you got your life jacket and we don't have one. So if the boat is going down, we would like to have a life jacket as well.
Well, you guys aren't the ones having to spend $185,000 a year to run it. It's year 2 projection.
No, we're not doing anything. That's what it sounds like.
No.
We're not doing anything. All the risk are yours, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
That's
just
what
saying.
you keep saying.
No, But you guys, the $45,000, if you look at the table, is stuff that you're paying for now. And I.
45,000 and opt out for 2 years. The city need the same exit plan that you have. Why would we give you the odds? We need the same odds. If it's not working, it's not working.
I won't be able to get a quality concession operator in there.
Doesn't sound like you were
That's
trying to
my-
go, look, you said you weren't gonna even get one.
That's what I
For a
was-
few- Not very long
Unless they
ago.
know they've got 5 years, they won't sign, not
But
invest
you
that
just,
kind of
but you
money.
also said that the facility wasn't set up so that you could do concessions.
That's why the concession operator will come in and he will pay for that, for the opportunity to do it, but they want to be there for 5 years if they're going to invest that kind of money.
We can vote on this thing. We ready to roll? I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
I'm
So-
ready to vote.
All right, Ms. Kitchen, and then I'll go to Commissioner Campbell.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. Listening to both sides and Mr. Legacy's problem with his money he's going to have to put out that is questionable as to what amount he doesn't know and what amount the city's got to put out, although you've tried to cap it now at 45, you really don't know anything. There's only one rational way for everybody, both sides to win, in my opinion. Get rid of the contract with Mr. Legacy concerning the taxi terminal and the riverfront. Keep the contract with him, let him continue to run the boats. He's been running them, must be doing pretty well at it since he's running them. Let him run the boats, keep the name Pride of Palatka. That way he gets publicity, Palatka gets publicity. The boats are running. Anybody that wants to get on the boat can rent from Mr. Legacy. The city is out from under the contract, put the taxi terminal building up for lease to somebody else that will put something in there that will help the riverfront. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let's take a 5-minute recess. I've been sitting here since 5.
No, they recessed.
All right, everybody get back on the boat. Let's go. We are back on the record for this meeting. We left off talking about the mirror clause. And we had a conversation, and then I gave the information about the $45,000. It's kind of my place of concern. Have you had an opportunity, Mr. Lagasse, to consider the request, I think by me and echoed by Commissioner McCaskill as it related to the mirror clause?
Yes, and I think the smart thing that could be done is that we do a 3-year mirror clause. Let the, it's going to be financial, we're all going to know in advance of that, but it'll be a financial need. If we're making money, we're not going anywhere. And I think the city, if I understand it properly, the city would feel the same way. If you're making money, you're not going to want to make a change. We're doing a good job. So I propose that we do a 3-year mirror clause, and we'll do the 45, and we'll let the attorneys work out the minor details of that.
I'd like to make a motion.
The wording.
Which means that if it's not economically feasible, either party can leave the contract based upon economic feasibility not being reached. And that language should be drafted by the attorneys.
Yes.
Now, my question in the mirror is that the city has the same exit.
Correct. Yeah. But I think we both agree it's for financial reasons. It's not because the city decides they're going to do something different with the riverfront, and we've got this substantial investment. So
It's the same thing on your side.
same thing.
Okay.
And without the economic hardship aspect of this, then it's a 5-year contract.
Yes.
All right. Hearing that, Commissioner McCaskill, anyone have any concerns or questions to follow up?
No, I'm actually pleased with that.
Commissioner Campbell has a motion.
I'll make a motion that we move forward with the contract with the new amount of 45,000 being the cap and a 3-year mirror clause on both ends.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor and a second by Commissioner McCaskill. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Question.
Questions called? Roll call vote. Commissioner McCaskill,
Yay.
Commissioner Campbell,
Yay.
Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Borum,
Yes.
Mayor Hill, yes. Vote passes surprisingly 5-0. After next steps are to bring final draft of this contract back. When we can have that, we should be able to get that language in place by our next meeting. This has been a long road with a bunch of adjustments, and we hope that it's going to be for the benefit of this community as a whole. So Lagasse, we appreciate you and your efforts, your patience, this community for its patience, and this staff for working through and coming up with the frameworks of an agreement that's taken a decade or plus. Ms. Brown, how many years? 20 years. And so you've been around it. You've been in this project for at least 10, right? Since 14. Yeah, so 7-8 years. So let's try to make it, let's get it done. And at the end of the day, the reality of it is, if we can't make it done with this, if we can't get it done with this, we won't get it done. But it's an effort for this community to have something to move forward. I guess my last question for you is, assuming we get this contract completed and signed by the next meeting, when do you anticipate, your efforts to bring in the pontoon boats and all the other stuff to the riverfront?
We'll begin. We've done this once, but we'll restart the process. Actually, Merle has quite a bit of experience at procuring those boats. The city has asked that we give them till July 1 to get the infrastructure complete. The docks, the electric has to be installed, the power meters, the water. there's quite a bit to do there. It has to be a access gate. The docks need to be repaired. There's some damage there now. So we're prepared. We'll start ramping up to be ready prior to that. Maybe we can do a soft launch to start running the water taxi sooner. I need to get the fuel in. I don't have a deadline or a date of when our fuel is going to be in. I mean, I have a deadline now. It has to be in by July 1, but we'll do that as quick as we can. If we're saying what's in the agreement right now that the city has put in is July 1.
Didn't we have temporary fuel set up at one time?
Nothing that's really safe. Right now, we pay somebody to take 5-gallon jugs and pick up truck, go to the gas station, bring them back and dump them in with a funnel. It's not what we should be doing. And so, and it's an extra charge, right? So it's an hour every time we want to fuel a boat to go somewhere.
You may need to go to Crystal Cove.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, let's get past this for tonight, and let's at least be glad that we finally have something that sounds like an agreement. So let's move forward. Again, let's move this community forward. We appreciate you. Thank you to everybody for your patience tonight on this issue. And somebody help me find the rest of my agenda. Sonny, roll up the rest of the agenda for this. All right, item number 7 on the agenda is ordinance 2021-30. Adopting the community redevelopment plan update on downtown Palatka community redevelopment area, providing for the extension of the community redevelopment agency's operation timeframe. Second reading.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. An ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, adopting the community redevelopment plan update for the downtown Palatka community redevelopment area, providing for an extension of the community redevelopment agency's operational timeframe pursuant to the Community Redevelopment Act of 1969, Chapter 163, Part 3, Florida statutes, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. We're now for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? You can dial 386-329-0100 extension 0, or you can use the yellow speakers cards. Seeing no one here for public hearing, we'll close public hearing. Is there any further discussion?
Just noted for the record that Mr. Jones with us, and I mean, that guy is on the line.
Okay, we don't need him right now. Is there anything else that we have? Thank you. Anyone that will close public hearing? Is there any further comments from the commission? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
My pleasure, Mayor Hill, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank your staff also.
All right, and thank you for your patience tonight.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
Next up, item 7B, ordinance 2021-42, amending homestead exemption, Article 8, Section 78-27, sub C and D of the Palatka Municipal Code as it pertains to applying for additional homestead exemption for certain low-income qualifying seniors. Second reading.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. Ordinance 2021-32, an ordinance of the city of Palatka, Florida, amending Article 8 Homestead Exemption, Section 78-271 C and D of the Municipal Code of the city of Palatka as it pertains to applying for additional homestead exemption for certain low-income qualifying senior citizens, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and providing for scrivener's errors.
So move.
Motion on the floor in a second. Now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing? 386-329-0100, extension 0, or yellow speakers cards, or anyone here for public comment? Seeing no one. Close public comment. We close public hearing. Is there any additional discussion from the commission at this time? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Moving on. Ordinance 20-21-43 to amend section 10.3 of the Palatka Municipal Code by revising locational requirements for alcohol establishments. Section 10-4 of the Palatka Municipal Code to revising hours of operation for alcohol establishments. Section 10-5 of the Palatka Municipal Code by revising hours of closure. Second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance 2021-43, an ordinance to amend section 10.3 of the Palatka Municipal Code by revising locational requirements for alcohol establishments, section 10.4 of the Palatka Municipal Code by revising hours of operation for alcohol establishments, and section 10.5 of the Palatka Municipal Code by revising hours of closure, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
So move.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. We're now open the floor for public hearing. Ms. Kitchens.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. Since you decided to change the alcohol ordinance, I think it was a wise decision to include all of Palatka to avoid possible discrimination lawsuits from alcohol establishments outside the 2 downtown business districts. The problem I have with this ordinance before you tonight is that it puts location restrictions on churches and schools that it doesn't put on alcohol establishments. While churches and schools can't locate within 100 feet of an alcohol establishment without a conditional use, and alcohol establishments can't locate within 100 feet of a church or school without a conditional use, alcohol establishments don't have any location restrictions between themselves. By singling out only churches and schools for location restrictions, which include having to get a conditional use, that is discrimination in my opinion. And as you know, discrimination of religion is prohibited by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution. You need to either require alcohol establishments to have the same 100-foot distance restrictions between themselves as you have between churches, schools, and alcohol establishments, or you need to completely remove the distance requirements from the alcohol ordinance. My preference is I'm asking you to completely remove section 10.3, which is the location restrictions from the alcohol ordinance, thereby getting rid of all distance location restrictions from the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here for public hearing on this issue? Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close public hearing. Comment from the commission.
Well, she brought up a point. Is that a problem? Is there a problem as it relates to the ordinance that we're passing now? And how, what kind of position does that put like the religious institutions in schools and restricting them and not maybe restricting alcohol establishments? If that's the case, I would, like that.
Actually intended to be a protection for schools and
Yeah,
churches.
Absolutely, but
Not
yeah,
a restriction. It says that alcohol establishment can't locate within 100 feet of them, and then there's a reciprocal clause. So
right.
I guess it's a matter of opinion, but from my perspective, there's a rational basis for it.
Which is the federal test is rational relationship to public safety and welfare, which is the lowest restriction you can get under the law. So you've already spoke. Okay, too bad. Too bad. Now come on up.
I didn't want to take up too much time, but if alcohol establishments are harmless, then they present no harm to schools, so you still wouldn't have to have restrictions. If they are harmless, then you better rethink the whole ordinance about changing the restrictions is what I would say. I don't think they're a harm, and most people don't think they're harmful. So if alcohol establishments are not harmful, then you don't have to consider them being harmful to schools or churches.
And with the restriction, I agree with you, Mr. Holmes. The restriction, I mean, we just got finished having a long conversation about mirror clauses, and this is, and if you look at A and B, it puts it in the same position. I don't necessarily see, I don't see any concern from my standpoint. Council, you agree with that? I guess it's a question for the commission to consider. You've heard the concern from Ms. Kitchens. I understand the intent of the comment, definitely. And I understand what council's rendition is of what's in place. So at this point, is there any further discussion from the commission? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Next up on the agenda, ordinance 2021-44, suspension of impact. Before I go there, I'm just gonna say, the alcohol ordinance has been a long time coming for us to even get to a point where it's a consideration, and even for us to be at a point where what we're really thinking about is protection of citizens overall. And I think this community is growing by leaps and bounds. I think everybody over the last few years, we've really seen a difference in where we've been in the past, where there've been litigation as related to, the perception of trying to keep churches out of downtown and all this other stuff. I think this is critical to the growth of Palatka. And I don't want to miss the moment by saying that. This is critical to the growth of Palatka and our ability to create this destination. And not just Palatka, but Putnam County. And I think that if we strategically program our downtown, if we continue to have the investment in our downtown areas, we will be able to truly control what comes in and how this community grows, and have a place where young folks and seniors and families can come and have entertainment. And that's critical. And I just really thank this commission and this community for stepping up and being supportive overall. And for all the comments that gave consideration, you know, comments like Ms. Kitchen's comments, they give things for us to consider as we move forward and try to make this community work. And I think this community as a whole has truly been supportive of changing and seeing if we can truly test the process out. And I'm just glad to see that happen. And I didn't necessarily think that it would happen in the way that it did, but it has happened. And I'm excited about what the future holds. Next up, ordinance 2021-44, extending suspension of impact fee collection for 8 months, first reading.
Thank you, Mayor Hill. An ordinance of the City of Palatka, Florida, amending the City of Palatka, Florida Ordinance 8-20, the City of Palatka 2008 Economic Recovery and Incentive Program, extending the suspension of collection of the city's parks and recreation facility impact fees, fire rescue impact fees, road impact fees, and law enforcement impact fees for a period not to exceed 8 months, providing for the notice of impact fee rates upon expiration of the suspension period and or reinstatement of collection of suspension impact fees, whichever comes first, providing for scrivener's errors and providing for an effective date.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor in a second. We'll now open the floor for public hearing. Is there anyone here for public hearing at this time? I got it. Come on up. I'm moving slow, huh?
Yeah, I'm as tired of you all as you are of me, sorry, but I'm tired.
No, we're not tired of you. Go ahead.
Suspending the city's impact fees now is like closing the barn door after the horse is out. Currently, you have at least 2 development groups in Palatka with a total of 63 parcels of land. These don't include the affordable housing units to be built in the vicinity of the hospital. One of the 2 mentioned groups is building 3 affordable houses as we speak, with plans to build 14 more in the near future. Another group, which happens to be locally owned, is currently building 2 affordable houses with plans to build more soon. By suspending the impact fees for another 8 months, you are allowing these developers to seriously impact our city services, including police, fire, water, sewer, and garbage, without having to pay to do so. You will not recoup the cost of the financial impact to the city for the building of this affordable housing from taxes due to your low millage rate and due to homestead exemption. The financial impact is not only to the city, but it will be passed on to the citizens of Palatka by higher costs of water, sewer, garbage, and in all probability, an increase in the fire fee, as the city will have to find a way to cover that impact to our fire services. I'm asking you to reinstate the previous impact fees until a new impact fee schedule is done and set an impact fee workshop for January of 2021. If you refuse to reinstate the previous impact fees, which I'm certain you'll do, then only extend the suspension until March 1st, 2021. That will give you time to hold the impact fee workshops in January and get the new impact fee schedule on the February agenda. And no, I'm not trying to stop the development. I'm all for it and building houses. We need housing. We've heard people speak about the housing we need, but we don't need for it to adversely impact city services. They need to pay for the impact. Thank you.
Were you on the commission that suspended the impact fees?
I was, and that was when the economy tanked and we had, the economy had been a big boom in it and then it tanked. And so we suspended the impact fees. Now the economy is not tanked and it's increasing according to what I'm hearing, and we still got the impact fees suspended. So I think the time is to unsuspend them after a workshop. Obviously, you need to get new figures. Flagler County, I believe it is, or Flagler Beach 1 has just not only, they have impact fees, they've just increased them. So you all really need to very soon schedule the workshop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Swash or Mr. Griffith, do you want to give the information that we learned at the discussion took place? I think Commissioner Jones is the first person to bring up the conversation about impact fees. In order to do the fee study, how long is it going to take? Make sure your mic's on.
It is, sir. It should take at least 6 months to
And
get
so,
the study done, and we have to put out an ITN or an RFP.
and then you also got to have some public hearing as
Yes.
well.
And there's also a 90-day In our code currently, there's also a 90-day notification period, which could run concurrently with that study.
And so the reason for the request to do 8 months was so that we could do the impact fee study to get up-to-date figures of what the impact fee should be and comply with our 90 days after we got that in place, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure that everybody had that information. I think that's a piece of information the public didn't have. And have we got an estimation on what the cost of the impact fee study is going to be?
I spoke with someone from Kimley Horn today, and they said just the transportation impact fee study could cost between $30,000 and $60,000.
And so there are some other fees, and that number looked like it's gonna be somewhere between 75 to 100 in total.
Correct.
You agree with that, Mr. Griffith, so far, based on everything that we've gathered? Yeah, so we're gonna try to find the closest price to zero that we can find, right? So, but that's just what we've got some information on without putting it out to bid and doing some other stuff. And so that's why we're there. I don't want anybody to think that we're trying to not look at it. We definitely think that with the activity coming to the community, argument of having impact fees is there. We don't want to stop development, I think, but we want to make sure that as we bring these fees back in place, that we do it and we have it make sense. Because at the end of the day, the first thing you want is the dirt to start turning. The last thing you want is for the dirt to not turn anymore. And so we want to do both, and we want to make sure we get the fees necessary to pay for the services that are being provided as well. And so I definitely agree with where we are. The time limit just kind of puts it in place. Any other comments? Commissioner Jones, this was your recommendation.
Yes. As Ms. Kitchen mentioned, what's wrong with it going back to the fee that was suspended or the moratorium went on? And then we still could do the study and move forward with the impact fee, because is that a option?
Yes, sir, it is.
Oh, it's an option.
So would that be an option with the impact of the new construction that's going on? So we will be able to get something from those new construction projects, because when it's expired, it would actually roll back to what the past impact fees were. Am I correct?
That's correct.
It wouldn't cost us anything for that, right?
Right.
Okay, I just want to bring that forward. So it is an option, is a way that we will be, building is impacting the services, and it's just a way to recruit. I just put it out there because it has been suspended for some time. And as we move forward, we should be getting some money for people who moving in here, new construction, I think. So our services are going to be being used in those areas, and I think that they should pay. This is my thought. I'm one guy.
I'm of the same opinion. I mean, I've taken the second advanced emo, and that's all part of growth as it relates to new construction coming in. You have to, plan for transportation. You have to plan for hospitals, schools, all those things that come along with fire service, police service, when we have that type of growth. And yeah, by it being suspended for that period of time, I mean, we're seeing growth. I don't think people have stopped coming to us, and we got a pretty low. I don't think our impact fees would be a showstopper. And we do need to recoup some of that money. If we're going to be paying $100,000 minimum for the impact fee, we should try and recoup some of those funds.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Val, City Attorney, I understand that the basis of impact fees and that the impact fees themselves has to bear some relation to the infrastructure that's to be served by the impact fees. Do you have an opinion? And this is a question, it's not rhetorical. I'm not trying to make a statement. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, without any kind of study, you could simply re-implement the fees that were suspended however many years ago without knowing how they relate to the services that they're designed to address?
As you are aware, as well as Ms. Walsh, the Florida legislature changed the way the impact fees are now calculated. And so that comes with that. It has to have some kind of bearing as to what the actual fees are. And without that, without the study, with us doing that, then we have no real idea as to the actual costs of the impacts that are being affected.
So with the current clause that we have in place to say for instance, if we did nothing tonight, and it reverted back to, okay, well, impact fees would be implemented. How does that make sense? And you know what I'm saying? If it says that we didn't vote on this thing tonight or move forward with it, and it automatically reverted back to the old the fee schedule, then what was the reason for having it in place anyway? That's my question.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the last part of your question.
My question was the fact that if we didn't vote on it tonight and it reverted back, if it reverts back to, okay, well, it automatically goes to the current fee schedule that's been suspended.
Okay, right now it's suspended. It's not going to revert back to anything.
If we go past tonight, which is, if we don't vote on it, then it automatically rolls back to being the old fee schedule, even though it has been suspended, right? That goes away. That's my question. I think it does.
Oh, I see what you're saying, that if we don't extend the.
Yeah.
If we take no action, the old fee schedule would come back.
The old fee schedule is
But
in
we don't
back in
have any
place.
basis for of having it revert back without some kind of analysis, whether they are the correct fees, impact fees that should be.
You didn't answer the question.
But that's the policy. That is the policy that's in place. It doesn't, it just says it will revert back to the old fee schedule, whatever it was.
Yes.
Whatever it is right now. So
Yeah.
that was just my point. So,
Your question was why use the language of suspension if you
right,
can't
I mean, it
reinstate?
just, if you implement the policy and then they say, okay, well, if you don't vote on it or change it or anything like that, and then you just let it lapse, it automatically revert back to the fee schedule that was in place prior to suspending it. And so then why would you have all that clause in there if it's for nothing?
So. Cool, you go ahead, I'll wait for you to finish.
My opinion is that in order to, since we suspended it, we need another ordinance in order to reinstate it. At this time, we have no impact fees ordinance.
Until when is the end date?
Until we reinstate one.
If we had if we had the ordinance in place and we just suspended it, we didn't revoke it, we didn't cancel it. We didn't cancel the ordinance, we didn't revoke it. So if we just suspended it, no different than if you suspend anything. If you reinstate it and say, okay, well, now we're flipping the switch back on, then everything should be as it was before. I mean, unless there's some things that I don't know about from a law standpoint. I'm just trying to look for.
Does the suspension have an end date?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah, it has an end.
Ends December 31st.
Okay, so December 31st, what happens January 1
If you take no action.
as it relates to impact fees right now?
We could take no action, or we could begin collecting 2007 fees, but those 2007 fees would have no rational nexus to current costs and current expenses that we would have.
So in other words, we failed to prepare for January 1 because we knew that it was going to be expired, city manager. So we failed to actually prepare. I'm just going back to what you said about the new.
I'm not gonna agree with that.
That wasn't, I don't think that's the case.
No, what I'm saying, yeah, because if it's gonna take us 8 months to prepare or to get this study done, why we couldn't do that 8 months ago?
I've
Okay,
only
I'm
been
just
here for
asking,
6
I'm
months.
asking the question.
It's
The question you should be asking is the projects that have already put applications in place who are preparing to get permitting at this time. What happens if those projects decide you just ran my budget up 10% and I'm no longer going to do that project anymore because I only got my financing for X amount of dollars? You know, what happens when you run those people away in anticipation that somebody else is going to come behind them? You got people in the queue right now.
Your grandfather then.
There ain't no grandfather, not until they pull permits. And that's the thing y'all gotta understand. Until those permits are pulled, just the idea of having a project does not lock them out. You got, the reality of it is this, unless they are pulling all those permits and paying those fees before you reinstate, they're gonna be subject to what's ever in place. So if you have someone who's got a $20 million project and they run there and they realize they can't, it kills the budget and the 20 million project goes away. I mean, for the sake of getting a few more dollars, is it worth it? When you can take time out, you can take 8 months, know exactly what you're doing and be in a position where in perpetuity we move forward. And the only thing we got to do is update the studies on a periodic basis to make sure we're not selling ourselves short. I understand the concept. I wholeheartedly believe at some point we gotta reinstate impact fees, but I don't think you don't have to reinstate them without giving some warning to the people who come to your community and say, we are willing to invest and be catalysts for growth. And I just think that the reality of where we need to be is conscious enough to know that it's like fishing. You found the right bed, it's some fish on the hook. But if you mess around and yank too fast, you're gonna miss it. And that's, we gotta make sure that we don't run away to people who are willing to come into the community after there's been nothing going on.
The
And is
point,
that the risk we're willing to take?
you made a good point as it relates to that. I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I was just talking about the clause, but again, like you said, that was a very, very good point in terms of projections on builders who's already came in and gonna have their numbers in place and being impacted in that way. So that's a good point.
But I wasn't saying it directly to anybody. I'm just saying that it's a lot easier for us to take our time and make sure the fees are right.
That makes sense.
Then, because I mean, we're not ready to implement those fees right now on December 31st. That's a few weeks away. We haven't had fees in a long time, longer than anybody here that sits on this commission. And why not make sure that we do it right and we reset the clock, and everybody in this community who's thinking of putting a project together, they got time to say, they got time to go pull their permits and we make those projects a reality and the real clock ticks, because it's like anything else. You know that if you miss the bus, you're gonna be paying more, but you got time enough to prepare your budget for that on the project as you move forward. It's not gonna hurt us. Fire assessment's still there, so we know we're covering fees on fire service. We cover fees and most of our costs as it relates to how we do, as we did with water and sewer and some of the other things that are there. We've got mechanisms in place that make sure we don't lose. And so, you know, it's just a matter of collecting the additional fees and doing some of the other things that's out there that we're seeing as common trends in government. But we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We collect money.
Again, I just think that we knew that 8 months ago and 9 months ago, the process is gonna take 9 months. We should have been tackling that, looking forward to when this day come, we would have had those things in place. We would have had the study already in place.
8 months ago, we didn't even have a planning director.
I don't think.
Can I speak without being interrupted?
But 8 months ago, we didn't have a planning director.
Okay, well, again, I'm saying it. So with that being said, still without an argument, because it's not an argument, your case was well taken. But I also want to make the case, we're talking about the fire assessment fee that affects everybody. These folk that's coming in and developing, they have the money and they're going to do a $20 million project. So the little impact fee is not going to stop them from coming in and developing. That's my point. And I just wanted to say it. So, thank you.
All right, we've heard comments from the commission as a whole. There's a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Commissioner McCaskill, Commissioner Campbell, y'all got anything else? I think that-
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor at this time to suspend for 8 months. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. So we're suspended for 8 months. Can we look at getting an RFP out so we don't drag it out any further?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and I know you guys have already been looking at some funding sources as well to see if there are opportunities that exist out there as well, just so the commission knows. That's what we have in place. I'm gonna stop losing my agenda. Moving on to our emergency items. There's an emergency item to adopt the resolution 2021 R185 authorizing Palatka Fire Department to accept the 2021 AAA traffic safety grant in the amount of $4,000 and authorize the city manager to sign the grant agreement if required. Chief Taylor, just before we do the resolution.
You have to accept it as an emergency item.
We do.
I make a motion that we accept this as an emergency item.
You don't have much time to get this done, right? Okay. Time is up. Time is of the essence. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Jones. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Chief.
Thank you very much. It was a quick turnaround on this, that we got the award on the 7th and they required it to be entered on the 10th. But it is just basically a gift. They give us $4,000 for traffic safety items. We use that for extrication gloves and vests and high visibility cones and stuff and signage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Caption.
Thank you. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Palatka, Florida, authorizing the Palatka Fire Department to submit a letter of acceptance for the 2021 AAA traffic safety grant in the amount of $4,000 and authorizing the city manager to sign a grant agreement if required. The AAA grant award is intended to be utilized for slow down, move over signage and traffic control equipment, including extraction gloves and traffic safety vests, amending the budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022, providing for scrivener's errors.
So the motion on the floor.
I did both of them.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Campbell. The second is by who? Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Jones. Any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next up, city manager and administrative reports.
Mayor, if I could, I'd ask for another emergency item to be added. As you know, at the CRA meeting, the commission took steps, the CRA took steps to authorize the expenditure of funds to acquire some property in the North 11th Street area. That's going to require a match from the city. We can use funds that we generated through the sale of surplus property in the last few months. As you know, you may or may not know, we put out for bid some sale of some surplus properties that have been in the city's inventory for some time to try to get them back on the tax rolls. We've generated about $57,000 in revenue from those. And if we could approve a budget amendment to shift those from, Madam Finance Director.
We would need to do a budget transfer from reserves. The properties were sold at the last September meeting. This was after the budget adoption, so the money would be in the reserve.
So at this time, we need a motion for a budget transfer.
In the amount of 57.
All right.
Oh, you have to do a motion to accept the
We'll do
emergency item.
a motion to accept the emergency item. Commissioner Campbell, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner McCaskill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Now we entertain a motion to accept staff's recommendation to use surplus funds and have a budget transfer of said funds from reserves.
and
moved.
CRA reserve transfer
And,
as well.
and also to accept the CRA's recommendation for the transfer to $50,000.
So moved.
Motion on,
Second.
there's a motion on the floor, second by Commissioner Borum. Is there any further discussion?
Question?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mayor.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Also, we need to have a motion to give Mr. Holmes authorization to enter into a contract for those sales.
Make a motion to have our city manager, Don Holmes, enter into contract with the said
For the sale of, for
Sellers.
the acquisition of those properties. So there's a
for the
motion.
acquisition of the properties, said properties.
So you've heard the motion. There's a motion on the floor to second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are down to city manager comments and reports.
In the interest of time, Mr. Mayor, I would have no comment.
Anyone on Zoom who had something that we need to approve at this time that, or we need to hear from?
Mayor Hill, if I may, there was one other item on the city commission's agenda. I was under item 9, city manager reports to set a date for the airport advisory board workshop.
Okay. Can you set that in January? Late January or early February? What's your pleasure? Late January?
January would be our pleasure, Mr. Mayor. We have one person that's pretty interested in,
Okay.
yes, it'd be our preference to do it sooner rather than later.
What's the? What was the time of the special call meeting? January 10th? Can we do it that same day? Starting at 3 o'clock? You're gonna be, since we're gonna be here anyway. Yeah, means you gotta use some of those comp hours. 3 o'clock, January 10th.
Thanks, Sonny, for reminding us.
Thank you, guys.
Any comments, since I didn't hear any from staff, any comments from the commission? Comments are waived. Adjourned.